Hello.
Good morning.
We
are going to start now. Before
Sharon.
we start, Sharon have housekeeping.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of our public hearing in Pond Inlet. And we'd just like to say thank you to the Hamlet and to the... Are the headsets not working? Liza? I don't think the headsets are working. Okay, so we'd like to say thank you to the Hamlet and to all the people that are supporting the process and to our team at the back. Just a couple reminders. We are on live feed on YouTube, Isuma, and Facebook. So please, while the proceedings are happening, if only one person talking through the chair at a time, please put your phones on silent. And again, the emergency exits, 1 over on the right, 2 over on the left, and the washrooms are in the back. The snacks, coffee, water, please help yourself. And we're looking forward to another productive day. And we'll see how the day goes, whether or not we'll be having an evening session. It's very important we stay on schedule. So we'll know later in the day, depending on the amount of questions, if we'll be having an evening session, and we'll advise that this afternoon. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you very much. Well, apologies. So just a reminder for the presentations. So each of the presenters for each of the communities and the HTOs, you have 30 minutes each for your presentation, and then 20 minutes each for your questions and answers. And we're starting with the community presentations first. So the first up today, just hang on, Hamlet of Grise Fiord and the HTO of Grise Fiord will be going first. And then we'll just continue on for the full day agenda down to the Hamlet of Clyde and the HTO of Clyde River. So again, for the community delegates, if you need anything, please see our staff for assistance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Sharon. We'll stick to the agenda as prepared. I would like to invite Grise Fiord, Hamlet, and HTO to the head table. And after your presentation, I will be asking for the public to question you. Before you proceed, state your name and your organization, please, and your community. Whenever you are ready, please proceed. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to make presentation. My name is Marcy Goloktok Hamlet of Grisfjord. To my right, Lysaningyo HTO, Larry Olunuk HTO, Chimekapik, Hamlet representative. Thank you for allowing us to make a presentation and participation at this public hearing on land use plan. And it has been ongoing since 2012, according to the documents, and up to today. We are very happy for allowing the Nunavut Planning Commission to conduct these hearings. We have concerns from our community, and we have expressed these concerns through Hamlet and HTOs many times. And our concerns need to be addressed, and this appears to be the right course. We all understand the Nunavut Planning Commission draft land use plan will be ongoing, and it is understood that our lifestyle will not be altered that much through land use planning. It is important that we care for our environment, our wildlife. To my colleagues will have their turn to express their opinions. I just have brief presentation on the concerns we have, and they will have addition from my colleagues. As I mentioned, our concerns in our community, our public back home, and our community is quite concerned. Since 2012, a concern on land use planning, and again on 2016, we were aware that there were amendments that were required to complete the land use planning. Since 2012, starting from there, it was the first time we were made aware of what was to proceed. And our concerns are polar bears and polar bear denning areas, and priority, our wildlife is pretty much concerned in general, and clean drinking water, surrounding area caribous within our community vicinity. I want to make this clear that we are concerned in items I have mentioned. Bird sanctuaries are also a big concern to us, and our shorelines, our rivers, needs to be preserved, cared for, and this is a concern in our community. Our rivers where fish migrate, spawn, have to be protected, cared for according to what we discussed in 2016. Lastly, but not the least, we need to be concerned as a community, as cruise ships tourism. We all know, and for many times, I'll mention again that the cruise ships coming into our area are becoming numerous. But not only the cruise ships and other things as well, such as helicopters flying all over the place, and many people have coming to our areas, people who can afford to hire helicopters are flying everywhere to tour. And many organizations in our community are concerned of these disruptions. We are trying to look at the situation. But then again, our community is divided as well as any place for those who are pro tourists and for those who are on conservation side. So this is the main concerns we have. I have mentioned our concern. As mentioned earlier, the polar bear denning areas needs to be looked at, and we are the community as well that have polar bear hunting at the same time following government of Nunavut regulations in relations to polar bear. And so we have looked at maps giving indication where polar bear habitat denning areas are. We need conservation, protection on the environment where these species are. Looking at the maps that we have prepared in the past, we need to make people aware. And I have to look at my documents. I didn't bring any maps. And we indicated on the maps of known locations and where denning areas are. And we have indicated these denning areas on maps, and on the other hand, our hunting areas have to be preserved. And we have concern. We understand that our lifestyle as Inuit is focused on hunting. It enables us and our families need these lands preserved. we also indicated on the maps of our fishing areas, our trapping areas, and berry picking areas important to the community. Our area, our lifestyle related to the land needs to be preserved. And on the same map, we also indicated the areas where we do a lot of harvesting. Ceylon Peninsula is very important to us. It's a very rich land, a lot of fishing. We spend a lot of time in that area. Murchison Inlet is also important on Ellesmere Island, and across from us, Devon Island, the south of us. These are our hunting, harvesting areas where we have indicated on the maps. And up to today, they are properly identified for information. And mammals. During 2012 shows our waters, our mammals, and what mammals are in what area of our waters in our region. They are also identified in the mapping sessions we have done in our community during 2013 up to 2027. These are all has been identified on the map. Our area has a heavy traffic on ships. The areas where we go for hunting, boating, relaxation areas, and we want any form of commercial ships to be prohibited in those areas that I have mentioned, regardless the size of a commercial vessel. We have agreed, and it's a priority as well. I think it's concerned to many communities. Walrus Hollows, it's a very fragile area, and we are very much aware that they be protected and not to be disturbed. This is the agreement in our community as well as on this table yesterday. And we looked at yesterday the bird sanctuary areas near our vicinity. We have one near the community, and that needs to be fully protected. This is a bird sanctuary identified years ago by federal government, and it's still intact, and it should be. And it's an important egg nesting area up to today. We have much concern as ECME, and the bird sanctuary protection is important. Right now, and we anticipate our concerns will be adhered to and obeyed and stay as is, as they were planned. We hope to have these in place in the final draft land use plan. And we don't know how to handle this, but it's also a concern on the flow edge during spring. It's part of our important hunting areas during spring. We are looking ways to keep it safe because it's our area of harvesting. We will further study it and get back to it. And the rivers with a lot of fish coming up, river to spawn. And we always have had a concern about a particular area north of us towards Greenland area on the shore. The rivers are becoming very shallow. Our fishing areas appears to be running out of water for some reason. We are concerned about that. We are aware, and my colleagues will have further say to these rivers. The river is running out of water. It's becoming very shallow, and there is no explanation as to what is going on. And we've been aware of this since 2017. And one of our priorities is also on eco-tourism, and up to today. And then again, the support for this is divided for those and for those who do not want. And I would say that we need a lot of work to control and preserve how this can be properly addressed in our area. And we are always looking for ways to improve what the policies should be related to this area. I just made a short presentation of our community concerns, and up to today we have been part of your planning process to 2022, and we will bring this back to our community. And we will make additional comments to items that we feel that needs to be amended. And we will get back to our community organization to explain what is happening with this process. We anticipate and we want to be part of this process. It's a well worth cause to pursue. So at this point, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you. Please state your name and your organization. Thank you. Lisa Ningyok, IBEC HTO. Our area, our community. I have been living up there since 1960, although I was not born there. We are the relocatees, and people sitting at this table, Larry is the original relocatee. And sometimes it's very hard to solve problems, especially when it's related to Canadian policy as a rule. Sometimes we have no idea, no one to turn to when it comes to the environment in our area. Most of it is ice field and most of it is rocks. And there's a lot of rocks and food source is very scarce at times. Because of this, we need to find solutions and how we should proceed correcting these problems we face daily. I have traveled in my area during the winter, and sometimes there is nowhere to go when it thaws. It's all hills. It's very hard to travel there. It's very different where I grew up in. Sometimes it's very hard to harvest, especially when you don't know the land area. As a HTO representative, that needs to be addressed, and Martin has remarked a few items on it. HTO concerns. We have trail routes heading northward, and it's only one major route. There are two are secondary travel routes. The main route that we used to able to travel on that area only by dock team, and the ice cap is now disappearing. Our travel route for snowmobiles and other winter transportation is disappearing. And it's becoming harder to travel through that area. When we traveled through dock teams in the earlier days, because of the ice cap, it was easier to travel, and snowmobiles use that trail as well. And we used to climb these trails with assisting each other. Now it's almost impossible to travel that route that we know so well, as Martin mentioned. And that area was a prime travel route for our major fishing areas, and it was the closest major lake where we fish, and we travel to that area quite a bit. Now it's impossible. I think it might be due to climate change. There's not enough snow anymore to travel through it in winter. I used to live there during fall and spring. The river has some part of it, the secondary rivers have dried up, and the ice caps that we used to depend on for traveling has dried up. But the ice caps are disappearing. And that area I've mentioned was a fishing area, and for many times now we have stopped fishing in that area. Even the fish species have changed in taste and appearance. I am concerned of our areas, and this is why I have decided to get involved in HTO. And our food source from the past are no longer edible. They were prime fish during our dog sledding days, and now you cannot eat them anymore. Our land, and we won't be able to move out of it. We have to live with the changes as we see it changing today. And you can assist on proper land use planning through your organization to preserve our very limited environmental hunting areas anymore. So to prevent major explorations coming in, minerals or oil exploration, they know that it's plentiful for both of these minerals that are very much sought after. And we have starting to see cracks on ice caps. And there are evidence that some caribous have fallen into these cracks and not able to get out of it. It's becoming dangerous. Our harvesting is bad enough without these natural occurrences adding to the catastrophe. And it appears that many of our mammals are starting to die off due to climate change, and it's in very evidence. Martin also mentioned his concerns during his presentation, especially the ice caps. We are having a lot of problems with the environment in our immediately harvesting areas. We also saw many bird species dying off as natural occurrence, and we have no idea what caused so many to die off where they were. And a lot of ice caps are falling off and being drifted away now. It's just information that I'm giving you so you will understand the problems that climate is causing on ice fields. The area we call Coquik, I have no name for it in English. There are icebergs are coming in from Greenland. It's a very popular area for waterfowl and other animals. As mentioned earlier, we need many areas that needs protection, and I will further have comments later. Thank you. Is there another presenter? Your name, please, your organization and community. Larry Aulaluk, HTO member. As we make our presentation, these are supplementary comments. For instance, cruise ships, as Marty mentioned, there are inconvenience, nuisance, and we worry about their disturbance, especially to walrus haul-out areas and to bird sanctuaries. We have no place to go, nowhere to go when we have problems, and much of our land is inaccessible for harvesting. We have access to some lands through snowmobiles. The smaller vessels coming through, so numerous are the problems. They come through our areas, and they come in without regards to walrus haul-outs and other mammals. They come in and take tour without any concern. And our northern land, spring travels, we cannot go too far anymore, as Liza mentioned, that the travel routes are eroding. And we can no longer travel to the north shores of our community. It was a good hunting area, many mammals, and we cannot access anymore. And as mentioned, that there are many disturbances from flying helicopters, and we could only access these areas during winter when the snow allows us to travel. Our caribou hunting areas during the summer were inaccessible because of the ice problem, and where we used to travel, now we're traveling on the east coast of our community to access different caribou hunting areas.
There's too much ice this summer, and this winter we have lots of food, we have seals, but we are not able to access a lot of the hunting areas that I talked about. The tourism ships go to these places where the animals are, and that's a concern for us, where the wildlife gather. The tourist ships go there. When it's indicated on the map, for example, this particular island, if we say it's a bird sanctuary, and it's government protected, act provided for the protection, a lot of people want to go and see why there's a sanctuary there or there's a protection there. And this is a concern for us close to our community. There's an island, there's a committee set up. Three of us sit on this board, and it's a place for wildlife. It's called Ahovik Island, and it has been indicated that this is a delicate wildlife area, and it's a place for nesting birds, and there's wildlife there, and people are concerned that the tourists want to go there a lot to view what is in the area. And for those that make the regulations and policies need to indicate to us and provide some acts and jurisdiction on how we're going to deal with this particular area, that there would be maps on this area, and a lot of people want to go there because people have indicated over the world.
Who legalize it for safety, you're actually betraying the whole existence, and many people around the world want to go see it. That really bothers some of us, because it's one of the destinies that these cruise ships want to go see, this protected area. We say, don't go there.
I don't have very much to present, but here it is. Thank you. You can hear me? Thank you, Chairperson. If you can be closer to the mic. You can hear me. My name is Jimmy Kopik. It's still not. Go ahead.
1, 2, Tema.
My name is Jimmy Kopik from Grisfield, Hamlet of Grisfield, as a representative for the Hamlet. In this year, perhaps a whole year now, I've been a member of the Hamlet Council, and the projects and the work that has been done by the Nunavut Planning Commission, I'm not so aware of them and don't have much comment on them. And there's some presentations that were done here since 2012, and Marty has mentioned those. And basically, I would be commenting the same things that Marty has commented. And he's already mentioned those, so I'm not adding to those, just to add a little bit about the things that I have learned. What the presentation has been done here by our members here. I'm not coming further about the back of Grisfield and the access road that goes there. It's called a land that doesn't thaw out. This particular comment I can make about that, not so much what is presented here. This glaciers and ice that does not melt close to our community. There's always a ongoing study on the polar ice and other glacial type of ice in our area. This summer, starting the spring, there was research being done using poles. They would put the poles on the glacier, metal poles, pipes. They would be used as research instruments. And I was part of that particular research activity. around Grisfjord only. I haven't been in other areas outside of Grisfjord because of the melt watch that is being done, especially when it gets warm. The glaciers are thawing out 2 meters every summer. The one that didn't thaw too fast was 1 meter, but mostly that was just for the one summer. But most summers are usually 2 meters. We hardly have any snow, even though some parts do have snow, and people don't really think about how much snow there is or do a study on it. There's hardly any snow in the high Arctic, probably more so than anywhere else. So the access road to the back of the community for the fishing area is very difficult. Sometimes there is more snow. Sometimes there's hardly any snow. And there's long areas or huge areas where there is no snow. Around the middle of Ellesmere Island, around Alexander Fjord, on the left of it, there's RCMP station in Alexander Fjord. There used to be one there close to that area. I wouldn't mention that too much, but I wanted to indicate it both for the land that we do occupy around Uglini, on the edge of it. The shoreline is being changed by the waves and big waves and eroding and on the shoreline. Maybe for 2 or 3 years it has been worse. When I was there, when I have been there for other years, I've been there. I've been watching for the last 2 summers. There was someone there to do scientific research about the shoreline and how the tide is and low tide and high tide, and they're there all summer. In the high tide and low tide, they monitor that and how much there is for low tide and how much there is for high tide. Around the edge of the community on the shoreline. So these are the comments that were not mentioned in 2012 to 2017. These things happen after those years. So they were not mentioned in the presentation, and I would like to include them, the changes after 2017. And for this year, there hasn't been that many changes as mentioned by that, and there was comments about the ice. This year-old ice called Kavak. There hasn't been that many multi-year ice for a long time in Jones Sound. If you look at it, this is the worst that it's had a multi-year ice. The multi-year ice from the north, in between the waters, in between Greenland and Canadian waters, it comes from the north, and they go through here around that border. And this summer it's been a lot of multi-year ice. And I do remember, or I have heard these multi-year ice, they used to call them midlattutik. I think there is less warmth when there is multi-year ice hanging around. And I tell the glacial people, within the year, this hasn't been a warm year, because our elders used to say that there's a cooling agent within the environment, and this is why it's causing it not to be so warm. This is how they used to call it, neglectaute, which is a cooling agent and the elders used to call them a cooling agent. People don't really mention those anymore. Thank you for listening to my presentation. You're done with your presentation? The first people, they don't have any questions here for this from the Nunavut Planning Commission Board. If there's questions to the presentations, if people want to ask questions, now is the time. After Philip, it can be that he needs a microphone. Please indicate who you are and what organization. Thank you. My name is Philip Manup from Resolute Bay, from the Hunters Organization. Just a question. Because of the climate change, do you ever notice new species of wildlife? If there's indications of new wildlife that you haven't seen because of the climate change. Does anyone want to answer that? Your name and your organization. My name is Lisa Ningyo from IBEC Hunters and Trappers Organization in Grisfield. Thank you for the question. Yes, there are new species that we have not seen before. There are different. When we first moved to Grisfield, we did not have this type of wildlife, even birds that we didn't see before, we now see them. This summer, there was sandhill cranes. I also watched something. The ravens did not like the sandhill crane being there. They did not welcome them at all. I don't know why. And this wildlife that we haven't seen before, for those in the ocean, that people have not seen before, that have seen them. I also heard, I think there's also whales that have white flippers on them we'd never seen before. Any more questions? And also, Philip, this cocktail that you're talking about, what explosion that you were talking about on the ice, do you know why there was such an explosion? I didn't understand it. Thank you, Lisa Ningyo from IVIC Hunters and Trappers Organization. We don't know about the glaciers and how they behave, but we're thinking perhaps there's a river underneath all the time. That's the only way they move. So it's possible that when the river is flowing that they would suddenly explode, and it's happened before in where the ice just breaks suddenly open, and it's happened that way before. So glaciers are moving objects, so it was very amazing for us because of the explosion. A lot of animals around it died. If that is what happens, then we need to have more research on it. Charlie? Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Charlie Nora from Hunters Organization in Inlet. Although I have a whole lot of questions, but there were some answers already provided during the presentation. First of all, I would like to support your organization. You did not, as you indicated, you don't have historical knowledge of the area because you didn't live there before historically. Nobody lived there before. And that's what Liza was saying, that it's true, there is no historical information in the area because people did not live there. And although people did go there and traveled there, and people from Greenland used to live there, but so I wanted to support that statement. I do believe that with the food that you consume, that you need to have good food yourself as well, and different species of wildlife, because if people are having seals all the time, you start looking for other things to eat as well. So, for example, fish. When you indicate that regarding the glaciers, I do believe that with the glacier melting, I really believe that if I indicate somewhere around here, close to Navy Board Inlet area, there's a thing called Silmerjuk. And above that area, there's a bunch of glaciers. They have names for different glaciers. One of them is called Ikarla. And there's also Amisumayok, and there's also a Kanga that looks like a tongue, that kind of a glacier. It looked like a big tongue before. Now it doesn't look like a natural tongue at all anymore because part of it has melted. And this place called Ikarla, we cannot call it Ikarla anymore because the glacier was very lumpy, and it would be always flowing down to the ocean, creating icebergs. But it was kind of scary to travel around that area because you would be hitting the ice that's coming down. Are these things considered by the Planning Commission? Do they need to look at the fishing area for Grisfjord and the caribou hunting area for Grisfjord? Because these glaciers, the bottom of the glaciers is very sharp, and the access areas would be hard, and whatever's on the ground underneath the glacier has not been subject to erosion, so the rocks are very sharp. And should we not consider doing some help with Grisfjord because of the access that they need and the melting glacier that is affecting that access? I do believe that what you have presented about the multi-year house is also very believable because it comes from your area. The multi-year house comes down. I'm looking at the ice through satellite images, and people help me to look at the satellite images of where the ice is going and where it's traveling and stuff. And just before Greece Pier, there's a lot of water. Also towards Arctic Bay, there's hardly any ice, and the ice that goes through Fury and Hecla Strait towards Igloolik is multi-year ice. But people looking at the satellite images would say this ice is coming to your area, and this ice is coming from the Greasefield area and the Resolute area, and it's now on its way to Pond Inlet, and it will get there soon to your area. So in Pond Inlet, the Hunters Organization was told, and I told them that the ice is going to be coming in. And this huge lump of multi-year ice came in, and it's causing us to have a layer of ice. It got cold. If this were from prior years, the old multi-year ice, people would be so grateful for them to come here, because the multi-year ice would be bringing wildlife with it, seals and walrus and bearded seals on top of the ice, and people would be happy to see it. But now, it didn't used to be that much multi-year ice, but for some reason the seals are not present in this area anymore. There's some, but not very much, and there's a big change in this area. We need to help with the Greasefield because of all these changes that are happening in this area, and the Hunters Organization and Pond Inlet need to support Greasefield. If there was some way that we could try and help with Greasefield because of the population that was moved to Greasefield by the government, they need to have more assistance, and we need to work through all of this with Nunavut Planning Commission, so they would be a vessel or the venue to provide that assistance. Just support. Is there no more? Brian wanted to say something. Thank you, Chairperson Brian Agluka from the Nunavut Planning Commission. I will be asking in English.
NPC from the QIA in June of this year. Prior to that submission, I'm wondering if you can confirm if the QIA consulted with the people of Greasefield.
Does anyone of you want to answer that question? Thank you, Mardi Coloto from the hamlet of Greasefield. Thank you for the question. When we try to find out, I can get back to you on that question. And just a reminder, if you cannot answer a question right away, you can defer it for a later time or to write a letter afterwards. You would be able to provide that answer, just to indicate that I had not indicated it before, just to clarify that there's some abilities that you can do. If you do not get an answer right away, it's okay. You would have that ability to answer later on. There's no more hands up. Are you done, Brian? Apa kayo mayakak pa? Thank you. There's no hands up. And any participants from Pond Inlet, general participants, if they have questions about the presentation? No, since there's none, if you have further comments, you're welcome to do so. Thank you, Chairperson from Marticoloto from the Hamlet of Christfield. Just a last comment for today. There's always something to do. There's always ongoing stuff, and we're just like that, that we have stuff to do. We're always... I just wanted to mention, though, that there's always something to do. Imavik Pigelak Sokswa is who we are working with, an organization from Christfield, and we are working with them as much as we can. Imavik Pigelak Sokswa in Greenland, around the Polinia area, around Kokvik area. We are working with them regarding that particular site. With the government of Greenland and also with the wildlife organization there and their research from Greenland and also government of Canada and also Nunavut. And also to mention what we are working on is also the tree fossil area in Axel Heiberg. That's what it's called in Inuktitut. It's called the tree area. It's on the north of us. It has some old fossils, tree fossils. And this particular area is an agreement to make it a park area, a conservation area, to have protection on the island, and or even maybe to have a visiting point, a destination that they would be using the parks laws and everything to ensure that there is respect to the land and to have protection for it. And we have supported that move. Thank you for that. That's the end. Anybody else? Yes, what Marty mentioned about the Axel Heiberg Island, when we're working on it with the government of Nunavut, based on their laws, we just started and we're learning and doing workshops and how we can go about doing that and how that would be a benefit to the community and informing the community. So in Grishfield, we are working on the insides of the agreement and how it should be run so that the island within the Axel Heiberg, it's called Napaktolik in Inuktitut. And for you to also know, so there's a lot of names that are not in Inuktitut because it has to be a new land considered sometimes, but we're trying to name them in Inuktitut for those areas. But all of the names are all in English, basically, currently. So in the future, we will try to fix that particular thing. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. We're going to take a break for 15 minutes, and the Hamlet of Resolute Bay will be presented.
Please state your name, your community, and the organization. We have a portable mic. You may use either one. Please start. Thank you, Chair. Philip Manick, Resolute Bay HTO. I'd like to thank NPC organization and the municipality of Pond Inlet. We're very happy to be here. Our area has started to be populated in 1953 during the forced relocation. Now it is our community. Our community. We are used to it now. It's not like the earlier years. And it's our custom now, comfortable where we are, numerous in polar bear population. Caribou is just starting to come back to our region. It has been barren of this species for many years. Our elders, when they first arrived, there were plenty and were gone, and our elders knew that it was just a matter of time before they come back, and true to their knowledge, we're starting to see these species coming back, just that they have relocated to elsewhere where their food source was plentiful. They move. They don't diminish in numbers as scientific studies have shown. They migrate forests, Baker Lake, our prairie caribou, and they were sighted in that area recently, and they're starting to come back to their original habitation land. And we're just too happy that prairie caribou is being populated again. Don't forget, it's a very cold region where we come from, and their food source doesn't grow in some summers at times. Animal rights organizations coming into our area, they have done some research where the caribou used to be the calving grounds, and their summer habitation area have been researched. And apparently they have been crossing island to island during winter, and they have crossed far as Somerset Island and beyond. And we have just recently found out the ice they travel on as becoming stable, and that worries us. Climate change have created havoc on ice. Then an area where we call Tuktoyaktok have migrated so far north. They are just starting to come in again and ice crossing to Somerset Island, but coming back to our region gradually. And we have marked the caribou calving grounds on a map. And before that, there were researchers were puzzled where these species have gone to. And perhaps they thought they were dying off. Calving grounds were just populated with species, and they have traveled elsewhere, as I mentioned earlier, island to island, which no one has thought of. And these species have crossed island to island at their own will, and for many years we were starting to truly believe that they were becoming extinct, which is not the case. And someone came in from Fisheries and Oceans, and they work with us doing some mapping. Although this department was not responsible, they did mapping with us anyway on the calving grounds. And for many years, the population have really fallen off in numbers. And it's just now that they're starting to come into their calving ground, but there's still a lot of disturbance from oil and mineral explorations over the years. And before that, before the disturbance came, this is when this population was healthy and living in their traditional grounds for calving migration routes. And their traditional routes are being heavily used, even through vessels at times and exploration companies. This is why we thought the population was being becoming extinct. There was too much disturbance on their traditional migration and calving grounds. And organizations, companies coming up to our regions. We've tried over the past to work with them, but they are impossible. You're not able to stop to it anymore. They just come in at their will, and it appears that there's no proper authority to control their arrival. And when they are out in the field, you have no idea what they are doing, if they are being diligent for conservation, disturbance of animals, and this concerns us. it's not only disturbance on the land. Sometimes they migrate on ice routes island to island, and we have trails now to each island to harvest these species. Also to our polar bear hunting grounds. And the only way to travel in my regions is through ice. Not only are we concerned about the land, we are also very concerned about the ice, and it's our highways during the winter to our harvesting areas. Greece Feared had this concern as well in their presentation, so ice road and island-to-island crossings are very important for preservation, and climate change has make it that more difficult to travel, let alone any vessels starting to come in and perhaps travel during early spring and early fall. And this would be disturbing our trails considerably. They must realize it's our way of life. We hunt to eat. Young people are starting to take interest in our areas to travel by dog team, and it's becoming very popular. It will not stop now. So I thank you, Nunavut Planning Commission, for allowing us to voice our concerns, and we are here to make case, so you will plan accordingly for the future. Our concerns are becoming less important, and it's not very good with us. Sometimes it's very hard to find organizations that will listen to our concerns in our area. So the task you are undertaking and the final product should be very useful, but who will take authority on a finished product for those who are coming to our land? And I will have further comments after my colleagues make their case. Thank you, Chair. Mark Amawalik, Resident Bay.
Where all the narwhals and belugas are, which they used to see them in Devon Island quite a bit. And now that the cruise ships and yachts are all coming back, the walrus haulouts are no longer hauling out in some of the haulouts on Devon Island anymore. Narwhals used to hang around all in the bays, all along the shoreline. They're having a hard time seeing most of them over there now. That was one question. And one of the things, looking at some of the maps we have for Resolute area, some fishing areas are missing. Crossings on the sea ice for caribou is missing. And sometimes our hunting all depends on how the ice forms. It forms later and later every year and thaws out faster. And some, with climate change, we have some researchers up there all year round checking on climate and whatnot. And trying to get more results on geothermal studies up in Resolute. Our hamlet's trying to plan to move to geothermal once everything's worked out, and hopefully they're still doing some studies on it. And one of my main concerns with the wildlife we have up in Resolute, we have a lot of animals that are rare, endangered species at risk that come to my nest and migrate up there. And more cruise ships and yachts coming up and asking where they all are and starting to harass more animals. And all summer long, like I said, cruise ships and yachts and the Coast Guard asking where all the wildlife are. I'll add more stuff later. Just very nervous right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey. God bless you, Lord Resolute. I'm a member of HTO, and I have never been at a conference of this size. It's very informative, and I'm so happy to express what concerns our area. So thank you very much for putting this gathering together. We are the polar bear country in Resolute Bay, and they are very bothersome, so we need stronger doors up there. So they have been deterred in many ways, and one is bound to be found how they could be deterred from the community and the public areas of the community. Although they are very nice to look at. So I'll say the ships, the vessels of any size are very much concerned to us. They are nuisance, disturbance to the wildlife. Perhaps the sound of their propellers during transportation. And they are creating disturbance. Our mammals, our wildlife is starting to move away from our traditional seas. There is also a huge mess from the earlier oil explorations. When rain and thaw comes, they spew all over to our ponds and to our rivers, and they are creating havoc for animal feeding areas. And although I think it's been a knowledge for a long time that there's a lot of metal, garbage barrels, other metals in our area, and this has created concern for animal feeding grounds. We need cleanup area in our region. Previous companies up there never have bothered to clean up, and we need our areas clean up. Especially, we are concerned about helicopter traffic, and there's so much of that over our area. There's disturbance to wildlife. So I am lost for words right now. I'll stop here. Do you have any more comments to make as a delegation? I forgot to mention we are apparently very rich in oil and a lot of exploration from the past. And they just packed up and left everything. We are left with a mess. And some of the mess is huge in land mass. Pan Arctic especially was very careless when they left the area. And this work that you are undertaking is a living document, so we need to have it recorded as concern from our community, especially the very polluted land to oil exploration and the company that has left everything behind. The planning process that you are undertaking, where we want to know when it will conclude and what the outcome will be, and for land use protection, and will this be forest? You will go holding public hearings. What is beyond? Thank you. Mark, any more comments? Okay. Your question will be answered by one of the Nunavut Planning Commission staff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Just to clarify the next steps of the planning process, once these public hearings are completed, including the hearing in Iqaluit next month, and the record closes on January 10th of 2023, the Commission will be sitting down to consider all of the input that's been received, both through the oral comments during these public hearings, as well as any written submissions that have been received, and we'll be revising the current draft plan to prepare what we're calling a recommended Nunavut land use plan that will be submitted to the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, and Nunavut Tunngavik Incorporated for their consideration in 2023. The final land use plan does need the approval of all three of those parties. Once they receive the Commission's recommended Nunavut land use plan, they're able to either accept that plan as drafted or provide written reasons why they do not accept the plan. And then at that time, the Commission will be able to further reconsider the recommended plan that they had previously submitted, and then provide a final recommended plan back to those three signatory parties for consideration. So none of those steps have specific timelines, so we can't say when it will be completed, but we're hopeful that the results of these hearings and further revisions to the draft plan can lead to an approved land use plan that's acceptable to the three signatory parties.
Sharon will make additional comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Ahalawak, Executive Director with the Planning Commission. The Commission is committed to putting the revised draft plan forward early spring of 2023, just for clarification. So we're committed to that timeline, and we will have it put forward to the parties where the clarification of the timing for the parties to accept or reject with reasons, that doesn't have the timeline, and their process is at their discretion. Once the plan has been revised and submitted, it is on the parties for the next steps of how they want to move forward. As well, for the record and for all of the community participants, very clearly our authority of where commissioners will look at all of the evidence, oral and written submissions. It is outlined in the Nunavut Agreement and NUPA where they must give great weight and priorities. So that is the guiding documents that will provide the clarity of where they go forward. And the option and recommendations document will also be updated for transparency of decision making. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Addition to your question, we have no idea of a timeline after the process. 3 signatories are needed to approve this land use plan, and there will always be ways to make amendments to the approved land use plan at perhaps 7-year intervals. Only what's needed to be amended in the plan would be amended, so it will be a living document. Land use plan related to Nunavut, and once it's complete, it's not just going to sit there and be a document. We have done our work to make inquiries, and because of that, it would be considered a living document with amending formula, and this would be, say, 7 to 10 years before any amendments are made at a request by the public.
Jonathan, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you very much to the representatives from Resolute Bay for your comments and presentation this morning. Mark, during your comments, you identified some aspects of the land use plan where some information was missing, including caribou sea ice crossings specifically. I was just wondering if your community intends to provide further submissions to identify those specific areas before the close of the record on January 10th.
You have nodded to the question. We are requesting a verbal comment for the record. Thank you.
Chair. Once we get back to Resolute, we'll make a submission, have a meeting set up, and look at all the maps again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Mark, for that commitment. And could I also just note that it would be helpful if you also identified the specific dates when caribou are using each of the sea ice crossings as part of your submission. Thank you.
Please state your name if you are going to respond. I saw you nodding, but we need a verbal.
Thank you, Jonathan. Well, put in some submissions and some dates and crossings, and one of the other areas I mentioned, fishing areas, there's quite a bit of missing areas all around our island, so we'll have to add some more to that too. Thank you. My name's Mark Kamakol, Mamana.
And additional questions from the table?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. My name is Naaman Inlet, Hunters and Trappers in Pond Inlet. You were talking about gas in your area, around your community. Some of us have heard about it because people in this area used to go work there in the gas industry, and some have been capped and ready to plug in, and some have been explored and found. This happened before the land claims agreement, and these have been identified prior to land claims agreement, and petroleum and gas division know about these things. And these particular leases were done prior to the agreement, and so they are considered grandfathered leases or owned by those companies. For example, Babin Land, they have been grandfathered from the 1960s because the prospecting was done there and the iron was found at that time, so they're saying that they grandfathered the project. And they need to be protected. The communities need to be protected either by the government, or there has to be some regulations made by the federal government that if they were to be open, the benefit would go to you to be employed by the project and to be trained to be employed by the project. That if they're going to open up areas for manufacturing or for the industry, that they need to benefit the people in the community. Perhaps the Nunavut Planning Commission could help to, if they were to have an opening for these particular areas, or the caps would be open, that it would be a benefit to make sure that there's a benefit to your community. For example, in Clyde River, there was a seismic testing being done, but because Clyde River has been very adamant in protecting that area, they've been protecting the Pond Inlet area as well from that seismic testing. If there's no more questions to this particular presentation, it's not a question, it's a comment, right? Yes, it's a comment. Charlie? Thank you, Chairperson. Charlie Inlet from the Hunters Organization in Pond Inlet. I am happy that you made this presentation, and when you comment those things, not just for yourselves, it also, we recognize it as in Pond Inlet as well for our children and our grandchildren and our descendants, to protect them. I believe that. But it's so much better that for those people that are trying to work for their descendants and trying to do planning ahead of time, I support those endeavors. And Chairperson, there was a person in your area that has passed away. His name was Inlet. He told me, because he was my buddy, I would go to meetings with him and stuff, and he would tell me stories about a particular one that I remember even up to today and how important it was. He said that these baby seals, before they become bigger, we call them baby seals when they're yellow. And he said, he brought out a question which I could not answer. He was telling a story that in the springtime when the ice is breaking up, that the seals would start to come to Resolute Bay, that the baby seal would be a lot more numerous than the regular seals. When the ice starts to break up, all the baby seals would be moving in that area. There was a lot of baby seals in this area when they were born in our particular area. And although they stay a little bit, they seem to have disappeared. And when he said that story about the baby seals being down there, so they're there when the ice is breaking, and they travel further north, and they're skinny. They haven't fattened up yet. They don't starve, but they're moving, and so they get skinny. So once they're there, it says, he said, after the summer and in the fall, the beginning of fall, the fat seals, baby seals or young seals start coming back. They become fat and they're coming back to this area. I think this is important for the Nunavut Planning Commission because that's the story that he was telling, that past Resolute Bay is an area for the seals to grow up and fatten themselves up in that area because they went down there as baby seals and they're there the summer, and early fall they start coming back and they're not going to starve anymore. And this group of seals provides seals for our region, and it's a strong story that he tells me that the Planning Commission needs to take a note of it and perhaps protect the area more in Resolute Bay. So the seals go down there, baby seals go down there, skinny wildlife. But I don't know what's down there that the seal needs to eat. Perhaps it's shrimp, perhaps it's cod. I don't know what it is. They get really fat from in that area, and they become adult seals, quite fat and healthy. So I just want to comment further about what you said because it was mentioned by your elders in your community. And he was telling me in a relaxed mood because he would tell stories about those sort of things. And I'm sure he mentioned those, that there's a movement of seals in one particular area or another. And there has to be some sort of action to protect that wildlife route and its existence. It's not so much a comment because of the story being told now. If there's a question to their comments, if there's a question to their presentation, Lisa? Thank you, Liza Ningil. From Ivic Hunters Organization in Greasefield. There are some comments here in the presentation which you mentioned here about in your community north of Resolute. Used to be a gas drilling area by Panarctic. They just left the buildings there when they stopped doing the industry. They just up and left the buildings because I seen them. I seen those buildings where they had the residences before, and the heavy equipment is still in Lahe Island. You've probably been there before. It has caribou because those islands there have good caribou. Have you done anything about those particular areas left by Panarctic? They're basically ready to go. They're in that island, although the gas holes are capped. Even though there's caribou there. And have you ever thought about these buildings that people just left, the industry just left, all their oil and whatever leftover contaminants they have there? Is there a plan to, is the company going back to clean it up? Do they have to be removed? It's a question to the community. It's more than one island that has a building. They're small islands, and I think most of them have buildings on them. Some of them are getting too old. And some have been broken by a polar bear. There's a whole bunch of food that they had before. Are they cleaned up and all of that? You can answer the question. I'm Philip Manik from Kausituk, from Resolute Bay. For those items that have been left there, there's lots of them. Some of them are rotting and getting old, and the impact, from the federal environmental health and stuff. We've mentioned that to them so many times in the past. Perhaps last year. They just started cleaning up. You know that the government is very slow. They don't do things right away. Some of them that are really dirty and highly contaminated have been cleaned up. How we're going to deal with the buildings, people who left them there. We do ask them, what are you going to do about those buildings? We never get an answer from them. So we're not going to stop pressuring them to clean up in this area. This oil and gas and other things have spilled to the ground. Especially to our caribou hunting area. They have been, contaminating the area. Thank you. Is that it? If the federal government is here and they're hearing the comments about cleaning up the contamination, and they hear us. Larry has a question, and Joshua have questions? Thank you. Just a comment, question. For the hollowed areas for the walrus, you said there was none anymore. So in terms of where they are habitat, have their habitat about the whole hollowed areas, and although people come and they try to ask where the walrus are, I just tell them, no, I'm not going to tell you. Because of the gas and oil there, when there was a land claims agreement with the federal government, they only included within the land claims agreement, a lot of it belongs to the federal government. They say that there's nothing there. There's not even a building there. It's really not an in-use land, is what the comment was in the agreement. So these lands, so when they designated a certain areas by the planning people, and when you say the Nunavut Planning Commission is also a living document, and the High Arctic is also a living document, which the federal government is very aware that it's important to have it there, and people are waiting from other areas. As long as there's no more ice, they really want to explore for oil and gas, so it's not broken up by ice. That's the comment I have. Joshua? Thank you. Joshua Idlout. I'm going to ponder it. My older brother Philip was mentioning about the areas that were indicated on the maps. I just wanted to support them. For those that are written down and have given to the Planning Commission, and for those indications on the maps that are important to you, I think we are important to us as well, and they need to be recorded. So you need an answer about those particular areas are not considered anymore. I'm just trying to support them to have more information, responses to the information they've been asking for. Thank you.
It was just more of a support what they said earlier. So there was no question in that. Naaman?
Thank you, Naaman Inuak from Hunters and Trappers Pond Inlet. I'm trying to ask this question. In this land claims agreement, within the agreement, these gas and oil, there's no indication on the agreement. If you are aware that there is no mention of these things within the agreement. Make sure that you indicate who you are and who you represent. I'm Philip Manak from Resolute Bay Hunters or Trappers Organization. We do try to look after them. But we are ordinary people, I think, and people don't really listen to us, even though we try to look after them. When they first started, we did not have any powers in the 1970s. So when we're trying to deal with them, it's harder to deal with them today. because we have not been given that authority, or how there is no indication how we're going to deal with them up to today. Thank you. So, a comment to the Nunavut Planning Commission, perhaps it could be something that you could get support from the Planning Commission, that perhaps there would be more support from the federal government if the Planning Commission was to say something, but we know that the federal government does a lot of really slow stuff when it comes to the Arctic. It's not so much a question. Rayuk? Ulayuk Nakatakvik from Arctic Bay Hamlet. A question, 2 questions. The first question, because there's hunting area at Kuganayuk, Creswell Bay, and of course in their area, do they have different quotas for narwhal or beluga at Creswell Bay, and also is there a different one for Resolute Bay, or is it the same quota? The other question also is, do they have a different quota for Creswell Bay and also in the community for muskox? Are there different quotas for muskox is the question. Thank you. Philip Manak from Resolute Bay Hunters Organization. They have one quota for Resolute and Creswell. For the narwhals, they have the same quota. Also, we have a quota for different islands. It talks about how each particular area is allocated a certain quota for the islands. That's it, Charlie? Chairperson, I wish you could show the map around the Lancaster area, the Lancaster Way, the sound itself. Can someone show the map? Charlie Inoch from Hunters and Trappers Organization in Inlet. If you look at the sound itself on Lancaster, if you could show that. There's this red spot right there, just past the green. this particular sound, this pipeline, this pipe area. We know that wildlife goes through here a lot. Everyone knows that the wildlife goes in through this particular area, perhaps on Devon, close to Devon, perhaps through the meadow, or maybe even before, or even through Eclipse Sound. The narwhals coming through here as well. And the narwhals and belugas usually go past us behind Bylad Island. They all go north. This is a highway for the wildlife because it's a very big one. And they all start coming in here through Lancaster Sound. They're trying to come in, so they're trying to come in very hard with all their might. And when there's ice, they would be in the points, and walruses come in during the springtime, and the bearded seals and the seals start coming in, especially narwhals as well. And because this is a good feeding area for polar bears, that's where they spend. A lot of polar bears are down there, and so in our area we don't have muskox in our area. But towards Arctic Bay, the narwhal are going in there. Some of them are going to Creswell Bay. And you have walruses there in your area, and lots of walruses. So in the fall, they start coming back in the same area. Narwhals going through Lancaster. I've been in Devon at one point, and the wildlife would be passing during the day and night, 24 hours. So these probably have impacts to your area, how they go to different places past Resolute or around Resolute, I don't know. But you're saying that you have a lot of polar bears in your area. It used to be called Tujat, where the wildlife, the polar bears, have a long or wide track and impact in the area. So the Hunters and Trappers organizations, knowing this important, very important items, so I'm asking you if the Hunters organization want to talk about all of these particular concerns, bowheads and stuff like that, this is a huge undertaking. And has the Hunters organization tried to think about planning for these sort of things? Have you had discussions with the federal government about the mention about the spring and early fall or fall kind of seasons? Thank you. Philip Manak from Resolute Bay. So with the environment people, I think they all go to the communities. And the fisheries and oceans, we also meet with them. And we were talking about laws and regulations about the narwhals that pass through, especially the belugas. The narwhals are further from us, and they continue with their northern travel further from our community. Yes, we are dealing with those important information, but they also gave us a sad news from the south, especially about those sailboats that do come. There's a sailboat company, and he's mentioning that he goes through Devon Island and through to Lancaster Sound and goes into the inlets. Some of those inlets do not have whales on them anymore because of the ships, the cruise ships. There's too much trouble from the cruise ships going into the inlets. It is not a good thing to hear, but the rules that we are trying to make, I don't think the people outside of the Arctic don't listen to the rules that we try to make, and we'll keep trying to figure out how to implement that. If there's no more.
To the presentation. Sa to kapalengmat.
What about from Pondanlat? Questions from the public in Pondanlat? Thank you for the presentation. Let's give them a hand. It's kind of between, and we're almost to lunchtime. We will start again at 1:15 because it's almost lunchtime. We might as well quit now. Sharon will mention something before we go anywhere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Hallock, Executive Director, Planning Commission. For the community participants, could you please ask your billets to come to the hall for 4:30 this afternoon to meet with Brian? If your billets can come and meet with Brian. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. I think we'll proceed now. I have a Clyde River. You may take the table. We'll proceed this afternoon to the first on the agenda this afternoon. Arctic Bay. Before we proceed, please turn your cell phones off. Be much more convenient for everybody. And when you're on the mic, please state your name, your community, and the organization you represent. The portable mic will be passed around to those who wish to speak in relation to the presentation. You may proceed now. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Ulayok Nakatakbek Hamlet of Arctic Bay. First of all, I'm going to do my presentation and I will hand it to my colleagues shortly. Most of my comments will appear to be questions, so just for your information, first of all, the question I have and will be followed by our community concerns. It relates to Lancaster Sound Admiralty Inlet. We are quite concerned about our seaways. And you may bring up that topic. Looking at the map on the screen, I'll speak to it about it. It should be the responsibility of Nunavut Planning Commission in relation to innate own land and NA. The shoreline, I believe, has 12 miles limit from the shoreline. I think that's where our jurisdiction lies as Nunavut. If that is the case, is it the responsibility of federal government outside 12-mile limit, or is it international waters? How can we know for sure if that is the case? We like to make a submission before January deadline of our concerns in our community. For instance, I think we are far from resolving the problem that keep emerging related to Lancaster Sound. And if everything is already in place, that who regulates the waters? So my questions and my comments, they're urgent to us, and we need answers and clarifications. We have many concerns about this seaways. We are concerned that there might be icebreakers coming in through these areas. We are adamantly against ice-breaking ships coming through our seaways. So federal government should also be aware that these inland waters should be regulated stringently. for the future. And as we heard that the area is rich with oil fuels. We want the ships regulated. We don't want icebreakers in our areas. Should these exploration ships should take place, we need to be prepared. We are starting now to voice our concerns that Lancaster Sound and our seaways should be free of seaways. And furthermore, looking at the ships today, we are able to track these ships through computer locators. I think we had many ships over our seaways this past summer. Some are sloops, yachts, and others are larger. Who is allowing these vessels to come through these waters? Who is the authority? Because communities are not informed at all what vessels are within our waterways. Which department is responsible for these vessels to come through? Is it Nunavut government or federal government? We will need to know which level of government is responsible for authorizing these vessels to pass through our waterways. There are just too many vessels coming in that we're not aware of. And at times we don't even know how many are coming through. And the best path appears to be right now is through Nunavut Planning Commission, how we could have your organization assist us in controlling of these ships coming through our seaway. Some we are aware of. And as Hamlet Councillor, I'm also with QIA Lands Department as a member. And sometimes we are aware of which vessel is coming in or going through our waterways. Who is the authorizing authority for these vessels to pass through these waterways? I need to understand, so I'll leave it at that for now. Other topic. The maps you have produced, and some maps, some of them needs to be changed around Arctic Bay area. Although I believe they came from people from our community, but we didn't participate, and we feel that it's unclear, and decisions made at that time were incomplete. So some of us are not aware how the designations were marked. We don't meet often to look at these maps. Our rivers and our areas of concern are not clearly designated or marked in the maps that you are producing. I have been in my area all around the surrounding waters, and we need to revisit the designation of these maps. I don't feel they're complete, and we will need to look at these maps again before your deadline in January. And our travel routes are not marked as well. Their travel routes are incomplete. According to Arctic Bay, we have travel routes through the sea ice coming into Pond Inlet. And when snow does not come, it's very hard to travel on this only route that we have to this community. We need to clear these paths using explosives to level some areas so we could have a better travel route to this community. And we need to have travel routes. We call this area where it's hard to travel Kingukuluk. We need to have explosives to remove these rocks so we could have clear travel route through that particular area. And annually there are dog team races, and it was at standstill due to COVID-19. Now, some of the routes that these races take place, some of the areas are very rough and they need to be cleared as well, especially near Nuluyat area. And I feel that we have an incomplete map that you have showed here, so we need clarification and our questions answered. I'll hand it over to my colleagues. Thank you. You will be, your questions will be responded to in a moment. Once your presentations are complete, our staff, the Nunavut Planning Commission staff, will be answering your questions. Could we have another presenter, please? Good afternoon. Susan Nakolau Barnabas. We from the Arctic Bay, I represent Hamlet and HTO. Hamlet of Arctic Bay, the land is scarce. We're running out of spaces. And most of our land is clay. It's not very stable. In our past meetings this past winter, we had a meeting with Coast Guard and other organizations along with Hamlet Council. We had a constructive meeting. We have very poor power plant in our community. It has been replaced since. I have not much of a concerns from the Hamlet. I'll pass it over to Sarkasi. Sarkasi Kaunak, Hamlet Councillor, Arctic Bay. At this public hearing, I wanted to make a presentation that many of my community people have concern with, and many parts of the land are dangerous, and some people may have a say about this. So I used to work in Nanisivik for over 10 years, live in that community, working on the docks. I have seen many things that are quite dangerous. Nanisivik mines were being mined, and there are some minerals that are very bad for the environment, the crushed minerals. Some of it are falling into the water, damaging water. And what they were mining, there were two different minerals. And from what I have been told, that it's very bad for the water, and it contaminated a lot of the area in that site. Some of the land even has turned gray, blue. The minerals there were soft when they are dropped into the water. They evaporate. Smoke comes out from the water due to corrosion, some mineral coming in. So that area was mined, and it wasn't very safe. The wharf was full of fish, and they were dropped into the water. I mean, these minerals were dropped. There were seals and other mammals, whales, and they were all around the wharf area. But I have not seen any dead mammals, but I have seen seals that are losing their furs. They were just being shredded off from their skin. And seeing this, I saw they were from corrosion that was being mined. It did not kill the mammals, but it was dangerous. I don't know what would become of small fish down at the bottom of the wharf. And the wharf wasn't very good for loading the ships, and a lot of the material was falling off to the ocean. Even breathing it, the smoke was very bad. It tasted very smelly. Although there was smoke coming in from the minerals, I didn't see any dead fish or whales. The route of the vessel takes wasn't populated anymore with beluga whales and other larger animals. And when the shipping season stops for the winter, we see whales in spring. Now, since that mine shut down, we are starting to see mammals starting to come back. When I hear that what they were mining were corrosive, I believe it. Even here, when I see your community concerns from the iron ore mining here, I see and I believe even ptarmigans are turning red from the dust of the mining here. And I've heard too from Pond Inlet people that fish are starting to die off that are near the rivers, and I believe that you are right. And people are saying if fish are not dying off, it's not corrosive, it's not dangerous. And people say that rivers are being polluted. Say, Nanisivik, there was a river there, and colored rocks on that river were turning into different colors as here. But at that time, before Nanisivik mine was constructed, we used to have a lot of mammals in that area, and they were gone during the summer, only coming back during spring. And we were hunting by dog team at the time. And there were only certain places now then where we can catch seals. And there were a lot of seals in that area, but the fur was being shredded off for some reason. And whatever we are mining, I guess, is corrosive. Some minerals being mined are being corrosive. I have seen it firsthand, what corrosion does when it's in a wrong element like water. Another area, someone spoke of Lancaster Sound a moment ago, from Pagnicto to Broughton, Clyde River, Arctic Bay. We had a meeting in Iqaluit some time back to discuss what was coming to your area. We were quite active with what we wanted to do, but the COVID has stopped us in our track from doing any productive work. There are groups concerned now from Arctic Bay to Greasefield, Clyde River, and North Baffin communities. Now it has come into organizations. When we saw people coming into Greasefield by boats, they traveled to Lancaster Sound. And I think there's even a group now who are concentrating for the protection of the Lancaster Sound. That's how important that area is to us. State your name, please. Thank you. Eden Agnaumayut HTO, Arctic Bay. I have been with HTO just for a brief time. I have not much experience with community boards, and it's the first time that I became a community member to HTO. I grew up in a camp. As I grew up, knowing the land and how to live off the land. I think we are facing global warming throughout the northern region. Everything has changed our way of harvesting and living. Beluga whales are different species now. Their calving are different now. I think so much shipping traffic is creating a disturbance to these mammals, especially in this area. And when I track ships through a laptop computer, so many traffics are coming and going. If there's a way to control these vessels from traveling and it may be best for the mammals to live disturbance-free. I think ship traffic, the propulsion noise is too much for many of these mammals to handle. The shipping, we have concern in these regions, especially to the mine here, to the wharf where they are. And even as a person out of this community, the mooring should be controlled in such a way that there's not much disturbance to the mammals. We need to be concerned with our children as they grow up. And part of growing up, an important aspect of that is harvesting and looking after and maintaining healthy for the animals that are in our Nunavut. We should always be aware. We should be aware that we need to be educated in both ways. And Inuit did not live as they live today. Everything appears to be paper, paper permission, paper signature, and there's not much concern for a way of life. For instance, this place have changed completely due to the mine. We are not very bright when it comes to safeguarding our environment, our animals. I have other concerns. But I don't know exactly how yet to express it due to procedures that I lack knowledge or how I should be able to express myself as a new to this organization, HTO. Our younger generations have many concerns. They're not given any opportunity to express themselves. And this is the only way that we are able to perhaps grow as a healthy community. And we should be more diligent in things we do. And as it was expressed on Lancaster Sound, vessel traffic is out of control from large vessels to shell ships. And we don't even know where these vessels are coming from, but creating disturbance to that region. And perhaps it has caused many mammals to migrate to safer areas away from Lancaster Sound with so much shipping traffic noise. When it was relatively free some years back, we had a lot of mammals in our areas. We have to find ways to control these traffics coming through mariners, vessel traffics. You have mentioned that you are working towards deadline once it becomes a law, you also have mentioned amending formula. You said 7 to 10 years. And suppose some concerns were to emerge before these years come as amending formula time. They could be small, huge problems. And under 7 years, there should be amending formula if something serious was to come and made into a law according to Land Claims Agreement or Nunavut Planning Agreement. I grew up under the guardianship of elders. And many things that you have produced as map in your planning sessions, there are many things lacking, low-flying aircrafts, helicopters, other noise-producing transportation, disturbing to bird sanctuaries and other waterfowl. And I think we're going into the right direction through this process. Thank you for now. Thank you. The questions you have asked will be answered in this presentation. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you to the representatives from Arctic Bay for your comments and suggestions here today. I think there was a couple of questions that we can provide some responses to throughout your collective presentation. I'd first like to note, near the end, you commented that given the proposed 7 to 10 year time frame for the complete review of the land use plan, there should be additional mechanisms to revise the plan if something new comes up. And I do want to just note that under the draft plan and under the legislation, the plan can be amended at any time based on new information or new priorities and values. So if something happens 3 years, for example, following the approval of the land use plan, an amendment could be considered at that time, and there would be no need to wait until that full 7 to 10 year review. The other questions that had come up earlier in the presentation about jurisdiction in certain areas. One aspect of the questions that I heard was about who has jurisdiction beyond the Nunavut settlement area, or beyond the Nunavut settlement area, or the 12-mile distance from the shoreline. I just want to remind everyone that the area outlined on our maps includes the Nunavut settlement area as well as the outer landfast ice zone along the Baffin coast. And just to be clear, that is the extent of the jurisdiction of the Nunavut Planning Commission and the Nunavut Land Use Plan. Of course, as we know, the territory of Nunavut extends further into Baffin Bay, out to the border with Greenland. And although the Nunavut Planning Commission explicitly does not have jurisdiction within these areas, I would note that they are still under the jurisdiction of the Canadian and Nunavut governments, and those agencies or governments may be able to provide additional detail on their management of these areas. In addition, there was questions about the jurisdiction within Lancaster Sound. In this area, as we know, it is currently being considered to be established as a national marine conservation area. Once that area is fully established, the Nunavut Planning Commission would no longer have jurisdiction in this area, and a management board established for the management of this area would then have authorization authority within the area. Currently, the Nunavut Planning Commission continues to have jurisdiction in this area, and we have proposed this limited use designation for the proposed boundary for the National Marine Conservation Area. I'd also note that a joint Inuit and Government of Canada management board is responsible under the Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreement for establishing an interim management plan for the area. It's our understanding that this interim management plan has not yet been developed, but once it is, it would also have effect in this area until the full establishment of the conservation area. The last question that I had noted was in regards to the responsible authorities for permitting the entrance of different types of vessels into the territory, including particular cruise ships and smaller sailing vessels. I will note that particularly the largest of these vessels are submitted to the Nunavut Planning Commission for review against our land use plans, and that is the first step in Nunavut's regulatory process. So for those vessel sailings that are considered to be projects under the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act, they are subject to any of the requirements of an approved land use plan. However, we are aware that there are smaller sailing vessels that do enter the territory that are not currently providing submissions to the Nunavut Planning Commission for authorization. We aren't particularly aware of what authorizations, if any, some of these smaller vessels are seeking or receiving. And again, I would suggest that perhaps the Government of Canada, including Transport Canada representatives here with us today, may be able to provide additional information on the authorization of those smaller vessels. The last point was, again, as we've heard yesterday, concern being expressed regarding the awareness of what activities are happening in Nunavut's land and waters. The concern in your presentation was mostly related to ship traffic again. And as I mentioned yesterday, the Commission is currently working to improve the functionality of our online application system and public registry to allow us to more efficiently communicate to communities in particular what activities have been received by the Nunavut Planning Commission in any given area and what activities are currently anticipated to be active in any given year. So that is something that the Commission is currently working on, and we hope to have available for communities and all interested parties in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Ulaju.
Well, your questions, were they all answered, or do you have any other statements? I am Susana Barnabas from the Hamlet. I don't have much statements, but this matter is very important. We had come here to attend meetings with the NWMB, I remember that. And they would come and NPC would come to Arctic Bay, but we were working on matters regarding Arctic Bay. I enjoyed that. And as an HTO representative, we do have statements also. The wildlife, both marine and terrestrial, even the small wildlife. It can be hard being a member for the HTO in Arctic Bay with respect to wildlife and people wanting to build cabins outside the community, and people wanting to go fishing, caribou hunting, but only those who had been approved to do so, and people who want to go polar bear hunting. But those hunting narwhal have used up the quota for the narwhal hunt. The reason being, I had heard before that by boat, men hunting by boat have not been catching very many seals, and it's probably due to the fact that there are less seals because they have less food. We can run our community, for example, Arctic Bay, Pond Inlet, Panatong. Like we can run our communities, the lands, the hamlet lands, municipal lands is there. I don't know who this statement is directed at. The work that we will be doing, for example, I have been voted to the HDO, not through ballots, but because some directors would leave and we would replace them. I have recently joined the HDO, but when we're having meetings with the HDO, this matter is very important. I think it was last year or this summer. We had a person come in from here to the HTO to attend meetings. We had not agreed to their demands to go hunting in Arctic Bay. And we couldn't agree to that. We can't change the laws that are in place, and I wanted to express that. Thank you. Orayu, go ahead. I am Orayu Nakatawik from the Hamlet. I do have another question, and I'm sure I'll get a response to that. Inuit have small lands. We had been given small lands, small lots in Arctic Bay. I do know that the places we had camped at, they're not actually titled to us, but we can manage them. The Inuit own land, I'm going to ask a question about. I think it's because I don't read too many agreements, so I'm not sure about what's in them. So now my question is, Are the Inuit-owned lands Are the Inuit-owned lands being used to benefit from them, or are anybody benefiting from using Inuit-owned lands? That's my question, if I can get a response. Thank you. We're not dealing with this matter right now. We're the Nunavut Planning Commission. But as we said, there's federal government, Nunavut government, NTI, and QIA. They are here also. They're listening to statements. And this is outside our jurisdiction. It's not what we do. So we can't respond to your question. And those other organizations will be able to answer you perhaps during a break. Do you guys have any other statements? I am Orion Nakatalbik from the Hamlet Organization. And the land that is being used, that we used, Yep, we have markers all over the land from Arctic Bay to Iqaluit. We have markers all over the lands that Inuit had used before, and it's obvious that some of these markers aren't known about because people haven't traveled through there. I've gone to Iqaluit twice by skidoo, and starting from Iqaluit to Arctic Bay, there are markers all over, places where people camped, spent the night or camped in. There are many man-made rocks all along the land. And where we live in the Cove Harbor, we have 2 or 3 Inukjuks that are close to each other. Ever since I was a child, they've always been there. And we don't know who had made these Inukjuks and how valuable they are. Perhaps somebody can deal with these matters, and for that reason I expressed that. And so from Mare River to here and others, people know all the area because they had used it before. We have many reasons that people don't know about, that people don't talk about, and that is another reason. Employees anywhere need to be able to know what's happening. For example, miners need to do their own exploration, and they all don't express their findings, as we all want to do good in our jobs. So I usually think that we need someone, some organization to do an actual study so we'll know the truth. Have you guys considered that? Thank you.
Like he's talking about when he took the trip from Iqaluit to Arctic Bay during that route, they've seen some old campground where on their way to Arctic Bay that there were some old stop where other people have camped before. I guess you can answer him by like that they can submit.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for clarifying. Yeah, as indicated, any further comments or recommendations for inclusion in the revised Nunavut Land Use Plan can be provided in writing or by getting in touch with Planning Commission staff before January 10th, 2023, and all of that information will be given full consideration by commissioners in the new year when they're preparing the revised recommended Nunavut land use plan. Thank you.
I want to tell a short story about how we lived at a camp. My father had made a sod house at Ikirasartuk. We got a sod house, and after we got the sod house during fall, when the sea ice was thick enough and the snow on the lake outside the sod house, over there at Ikirasartuk, there are many old sod houses. And at Urukset, there are many sod houses too. There are many sod houses, and that's why we're alive today. Yep, I'm done talking. Thank you. Are you done? Are you guys done? Can I speak now? Yes. Sike as a now from Arctic Bay. I'm still a Hamlet counselor. And as I said before, I'm a part of a subcommittee, and we'll probably hold meetings after the COVID pandemic. What I have to say is these matters happening in our communities today are different from the past, as said yesterday. Some of them were stated yesterday. In Arctic Bay, we go out on the land and we see old tent rings and sod houses. And we see tent rings high up in the hills. And it's obvious that used to be the shoreline way up in the hill. And I wonder, how did the ocean decrease so much? And today we don't have very high tides or low tides, but today the high and low tides are starting to change. And the time of day, the sun has moved a little. Today we're getting very low tides during full and new moon. When the tide is low, places are exposed that used to not be exposed. And when the tide comes in, it comes in higher than it used to be. This is part of what is changing. And near our community, there's a very old rock that there was a very old rock there, and the high tide probably began reaching it, so it fell into the ocean. I believe the high tide is increasing, and I heard at Lancaster Sound there was an old sod house that was being destroyed by waves, and they were wondering how they could save that old sod house. I know that old sod house. When I was young, even before I was 20 years old, we used to go down to Lancaster Sound to hunt polar bear by dog team more than once. We used to go polar bear hunting there. and with a small sailboat or boat. With a small boat, the fisheries went down there twice. And when the when the fishing boat was going to come in, I believe I was part of their committee. And we went into that sound across from Sukanook. I know that land is a great land. We had wanted to go there to look for caribou. And so we did go there to look for caribou. Across from, but almost close to Resolute Bay in a sound. But there were no caribou, there were no muskox, as it doesn't have a glacier. The ship captain asked me, "Where now?" I said, "We have no choice but to go to Lancaster Sound." And he said, "It'll take 12 hours to get there." Yep, no problem. And so we headed there. We went along Devon Island. I would scope the land as we passed by the sounds, the points, the sounds. There were many, many barrels on the points. When we landed at the place where we were going, there were many barrels with liquid in them, and the empty ones were rusted through, pockmarked with holes. And when I scoped the land, somebody had done oil exploration up there. There was an airstrip too. There were many, many barrels lined up there. There are so many barrels up there. And if they rust, their contents will spill. I saw them. I was scoping the land as we were passing by, and the boat was going slowly, so I saw all these barrels within these sounds. And that was the statements made yesterday were true. And one of the Greaseworth people said that wildlife disappear. They're not dying off. Yep, that's true. They just move somewhere else. Wildlife are not tame. They're not farm animals. They're wild. Because they're wild, they don't always stay in their same places. Once people have left, they may return to their original places. Yep, wildlife are wild. Other people will speak. I'll stop for now. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, go ahead. Thank you. I'm Adrian Alnayamel from Arctic Bay HTO. I believe our term as committee members are too short. I'm on a 2-year term. I believe it's 2-year. Committee members have 2-year terms or where, although their chairs stay on longer. When you're trying to deal with matters and then you're not a committee member anymore and you come back later on, because I don't think that's right, because I believe it slows down the planning processes. When new committee members join, it seems like you have more matters to deal with. I believe committee terms should be extended. We're very protective of our lands. We live there, and we want them taken well. We want them to be taken good care of. We lived here first. I believe so much money has been made from our lands a long time ago. explorers, I believe in the past explorers even died up here. Today, I think it was only been 100 years or a little bit over that Inuit had people coming. It still seems new to us, and I believe we were not educated enough and people were taking advantage of us, and later on we realized what had happened, and we realized there were things that needed to be fixed, but new issues keep coming up. We need to decide on the committee members and the wildlife officer. We don't have a wildlife officer in our committee, so it's kind of hard to deal with some matters. We do need a wildlife officer to attend our meetings. We did not have a wildlife officer for a long time, and we were told that a person was going to come in, and the matters we had to deal with were delayed for a long time. It seems like things will be finally fixed and settled properly, and the youth will be attending committees more. I believe it will be exciting. I believe we will have an exciting future as long as people agree with our statements and listen to what we're saying. We're protective of our wildlife and lands, and we will keep depending on them. I suddenly don't know what to say. I'm not such a great orator. I'm getting a little bit shy. I do have a lot of statements. I'll stop for now. Thank you. Yep. Even if we're not educated, we're all people. We're not ignorant. We're not dumb. Don't think that. Yeah, we all have the same abilities. I believe your statements. You're done with your statements. We don't have any questions from our staff. I'll ask if anybody else has any questions to their statements.
Closer to the mic. You're asked to speak to the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's that? My name is Charlie Inoala from the HTO. Somebody asked a question. My brother asked a question, and nobody could respond to him. And he was told to speak to other organizations outside. I don't like that. He asked a question, and I would want to have a response to him now. Are Inuit being used to benefit with monies, and where are those monies going to? That was the question he asked, and I want a response to that, because those other organizations that know about these are here. I do know that Nunasi is benefiting from the lands. I believe Kikiltini can respond to that right now. Thank you. Yeah, it would be good to hear, but it's not within our jurisdiction or work, and the people are here. You can even talk to them on a break or after the meeting, but this is not part of our work regarding monies made from lands. And I said before that we cannot answer that. Others can answer that. We're trying to deal with the work that we're delegated to deal with. And so we're trying to deal with the matters that we're here to deal with. And so we had expressed that we're here to deal with the matters, and you can speak to other people from other organizations, perhaps during breaks or outside. You can ask them questions. Yeah, we need to deal with our responsibilities, as I said before. Thank you. Do you have another question? Yes, I do have another question. The Arctic Bay Hamlet people said the iron ore had fallen into the ocean that was too much for the ships to carry, and that iron ore isn't hazardous. I didn't really understand what statement he was trying to say when he was talking about these matters, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Sakesi. Can you respond to that? Yes. Yeah, that stuff they were using, that chemical they were using, was known to be hazardous. And they would use a loader to ship the ore onto the ships, and they would have all this dust coming off of it. And most of those people that were working there all have died. One who worked as a loader is still alive, but he has bad health issues. Other people I've noticed, especially two that were loaders, they got sick from their work and they have died. That's probably the same for Southerners too. One of them is still alive, although he was working in all that dust. They did have masks on, but apparently they had inhaled some dust, so he's having health problems today, even though he's alive. But that dust was really a huge pollutant back then. And this chemical was added to water, and this chemical would be dumped into the ocean, but there were no dead sculpin or cod dying from this chemical. But I did see a seal one time with no fur on it. We suspected that it was this chemical that was causing this to happen. So this pollutant chemical, we thought it was due to the chemical that the seal was suffering from. And so what I was saying when people were talking about dust from Mary River, I don't believe iron ore is toxic or a pollutant. Thank you. We don't have any other hands up to ask questions. Oh, we do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Name it Inora HTO Pond Inlet. I do have a question to Sakietsi. You talked about non-civic, and you also talked about Mary River. I want to ask you 3 questions. I'll ask 2 questions together. How many ships did you get? How many tons of ore did they mine in a year at Nunavut? I just want to remind everybody, if you can't respond right away, you can also respond later or even write them a letter. But if you wish to respond, you can go ahead. Or if you wish to respond later, it's up to you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. the ore that was shipped out from Mare River, I heard that there are many ships going to Milne Inlet to ship ore, and there's a lot of ships during the summer. During the whole year, we had 4 ships come. As I said before, they had to prepare the ore, they had to dry out the ore, and it took all year to dry it out. The ore they collected all year would be enough to ship in 4 ships. So when they had 4 ships per summer, two shipped the ore that was collected all winter. So we only needed 4 ships to ship all that ore out. Yep, people know this. Yep, we had 4 ships. Yep, the ore they mined wasn't very big, so it only took 4 ships to ship it all out. Thank you, Neiman. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Neiman Inall, HDO. The iron ore waiting for their ships. Were they kept outside in the open air? Were they covered, or were they kept inside a building? No. They were stored in a building. They kept the building in. They kept the ore inside, and people got sick from the dust because it had the consistency of flour. If it was kept outside, if snow was added to it, it would have clumped together. So they kept it inside a building all winter long. I hope I answered your question. Yep, he did tell the story, but we need to deal with Nunavut NPC's matters. I don't have any other names. We don't have any other names. Any questions from the community members of Pond Inlet? We don't have any questions. Thank you for your statements, Arctic Bay people. Before we take a break, Sharon will have some statements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Commission would like to ask Jaco Alalu to stand up, and we'd like to do a recognition. Jaco worked for the Commission for over 10 years in our Pond Inlet office, and he's also a recognized elder here in the community. So, Jaco, if you could stand up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Sharon. We'll take a 15-minute break. Before we begin, I'd like to inform everybody that we will probably go past 4:30 today. We still have two communities who will speak. The community members of Pond Inlet can get ready. We can start with the Pond Inlet crowd. Please note that we will probably be going past 4:30 today. Anytime you're ready. Will you be going separately? Yes. Yep, the Hamlet representatives from Pond Inlet will go first, and after that, the HTO will speak. Anytime you're ready, go ahead. And reminder, don't forget to say your name and your organization. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joshua Idlode from the Hamlet. I am a counselor, along with my fellow council members Moses Kunuk and Elijah Panipukutu. He is our elder consultant. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Welcome to the community, our fellow community members and from the other communities. I will mostly have questions, but Moses and Elijah will explain how they will explain about places that need protection. We've been impacted up to today. The other communities find out, and I believe this is part of NPC's mandate to agree to the mining at Mary River and Milne Inlet. We'll have short statements on those, and we will also explain that these places are calving areas for caribou and narwhal. Here in our community, we get many cruise ship visits. In the years past, we didn't have cruise ship activity due to COVID-19, but this year they were trying to see if we could allow cruise ship visits here. And we call Eclipse on our Tessilla. It's usually full of ships from cruise ships and Mary River mine ships, cargo ships. This year we had 25 cruise ship visits, and next year, if cruise ship visits will be allowed, we will have more ships with more tourists coming into Pond Inlet and Eclipse Sound, where the entranceway and exit through the so-called Northwest Passage. And the Northwest Passage is a huge deal for tourists, and for that reason, it seems like we've been getting an influx of cruise ships here. Be that as it may, the mining company ships still pass through here on their way to Milne Inlet. So the question I want to ask regarding the value component, what exactly does that mean? I want clarification on that, and I'll be able to get a response to that later. Yep, I want clarification on that term, so when we're dealing with the matter again, I'll know better how to deal with it. And we had 2 ships that came here, and we've had questions about that. We've had questions about that, and we'll probably get an explanation into that. And we had ships going to Tremblay Sound, and we'll want an answer on why they were able to, who approved them to go into Tremblay Sound. They had helicopters. I don't think that those ships got approved from the Hamlet or HTO. We don't know who approved them to come up here. And the other thing, old campsites with archaeological things, places where people would go to hunt caribou. We're wondering if NPC has the authority to protect these places, sites, or if you are actually protecting these sites. I will want clarification on. Sometimes the mining people disturb them or make roads through them. And for example, if we were down south, if we were a mining company, if we affected when they affect indigenous communities, the indigenous communities always speak out. I believe we also should have the same opportunity to speak up regarding protection of these old campsites. They are archaeological historic sites. And the last item, my fellow council members will explain what we have written down. And what we have written down, our committee feels aren't enough, and they will explain what other places need protection. And you can respond to my questions later. I will turn the microphone over to my committee members. Thank you. Thank you. It'll be the same process as you guys, and your questions will be answered later. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a Hamlet Council member from Pond Inlet. We had planned. We worked on a map locating sites that we felt were precious and needed protection. So we had marked these places down. And we also marked places down where we hunt our wildlife, our game from. We wrote them down so those places could be protected. The places are within this map, but it's not visible on this map. And I'll just explain them. We wrote down the places that we felt are precious to us towards Clyde River, and our ancestors used to live there. My parents' parents and grandparents used to live down there. But we do have places marked down before that land. I believe the Clyde River people will understand that Pangnirtung. We do have over in Pangnirtung, there's a place called Tadoti too. When you're at Lancaster Sound, there's a big lake there, and up a boat, sound from here to there to over past Anaurelik, up past Mary River near Kanajuk, and from Kanajuk close to Satut. We felt these places are precious and we marked them down as such. In the upcoming 10, 11 years, or in the past 10, 11 years, we as the water board, is it? We also planned for the waters that we felt needed protection, and we marked them on maps. People will probably not understand this, but we will have these sites marked down on maps at Kleayivik, near Kleayivik, to going up to Tremblay Sound. We too live in these sites, so we mark them down as precious. That's where we get our water from, we community members. And when we're hunting during the spring, we get water from there too. And so we marked it as such on a map. We want these sites protected, these sites where we get our drinking waters from. We have glaciers up there, and we get our water from those glaciers. And so we have marked those sites as such. As said before, we had marked down sites that we felt were precious to us, and inside those lands, and exploration companies from down south had found minerals beside Mare River, and we marked those sites down too. But those exploration companies have designated those spots as having minerals, and the exploration companies will probably lease those lands. Regardless of the fact, we want those sites protected. We want to protect those sites. That's where we get our food from, like caribou. And we also depend on the fish in those areas. And for that reason, within that site we had marked down, there are also minerals that I had found, and I staked that. and that is inside the site we had wanted protected. The iron or gold is to be used to make money, and that's also marked inside our protected site. And I have another site. I have that iron ore marked out in the site we want protected. And from my markings, far from that, I had found gold deposits, and I have staked that site too. And that site is also within the site we want protected. For these reasons, and over there towards Clyde River, I had heard there's iron ore, that someone had found 2 deposits of iron ore. I don't know who the exploration companies that found the sites are, but it's obvious they probably have those sites staked out too. They probably have given you their applications or to the NERB. Yep, for these reasons, the sites we want protected are pretty huge, but it's where our food comes from. And it's where our waters come from. It's where we get our terrestrial and marine wildlife for food. We want to ensure that these sites are marked to prevent them from production. I did not mark down the other sites that the exploration company had their iron ore sites on to be protected. And at Kanajuk near Mare River, we feel that land is precious as caribou calve there. It's very important to us. Bappenland had wanted to use a railway to go through it, but to us it's very precious as caribou calve there. It's where we get our food from, and we will keep getting our food from there, from caribou that were birthed at that calving grounds. They are beneficial to us as food. They have been gifted to us. And Narwhal had birthing areas near Milne Inlet. They used to have birthing areas up there. Today we don't hear a lot that whether Narwhal even give birth up there near Bruce Head. There's probably a few that give birth up there, but I myself have not seen any. I don't know if any give birth up there now. In the years past, that area was a huge narwhal area and a huge char area. And near the community, we had the most char, and it's called Calypto Bay. Those are the sites, Mr. Chair, that I wanted to talk about. And within Silver Lake National Parks, we do have a few lands, small lands, and we had wanted those sites to be protected, although they're within Silver Lake National Parks. And on Baffin Island, there are sites that we feel are precious to us, that are Inuit-owned lands, and we go there for vacation. It's toward Clyde River, and it's located on Baffin Bay. And this is one of the sites that we find precious. Mr. Chair, I will stop my report for now. Thank you. I hope I was understood. Yep, thank you. Any other statements? Go ahead. State your name and your organization. I believe your microphone is running out of batteries. Can you hear me okay? The light is blinking. We can hear you okay. I'm hard of hearing. I tend to speak loudly. Let me know if I'm talking too loudly. The sites Moses talked about, we have marked them on a map. We have a copy of the map, and he talked about them already. He expressed that these lands are precious to Inuit as per their customs. And it was last week we met to deal with these matters in Iqarit. The caribou people, caribou areas where they calve, caribou migration areas. We call those trails Tudlinat. Caribou move around according to Inuit traditional knowledge. I want to make sure you understand. I'm sorry, my name is Elijah Panipukuchi from Pond Inlet, the elder of Pond Inlet. And regarding matters with caribou, we were taught when we were young by Nutara. Our father had already passed away at that time, and the late Nutara Kunalusi was very knowledgeable about the lands up there. And he was very knowledgeable in Inuit traditional knowledge. He would even write down Inuit customs, like how families work. He wrote all these things down. We would use this information to know these things. So we probably have relatives from people who have come here. And this will be something for you to use. The matter we're meeting to discuss to plan, or perhaps with NTI's planners, they have come here. I'm just expressing that for now. And NPC is holding our meeting. And we're also discussing wildlife that are dear to us, and we're here to just discuss them. If we're going to use Inuit traditional knowledge, actually use them, but really add to it. Like, for example, get employees to work on the metal, get rangers to patrol over. It's not that we dislike people coming into the area, but people do come. When they are approved to come up here, they go anywhere they want to, and they go past what they were approved to do. I have pictures of ships with helicopters that were flying anywhere willy-nilly, pretty much close to where their caribou are. And in the areas where we hunt, we call Tunit on the map there. You go from Pond Inlet straight to that sound, and it has that bend in there. That is our main hunting area now. Our eclipse sound is being overused during the summer. So during the summer, there's no wildlife in eclipse sound at all. When all these ships that have been approved to come up here start coming here, and especially with those cruise ships, they do whatever they want compared to backland ships. They go pretty much anywhere they want to go. As soon as they're approved to come up here, some of them start going into the sounds. And because we do have wildlife there, the people, organizations like KIA need to know about these things. Yeah, these organizations need to know what's happening. Yeah, we have lots of companies or people who want to come up here and do research on wildlife. I used to be an HTO member for 26 years. We had to deal with these applications to do research, and we would receive a lot of letters requesting approval to do research. And cruise ships also need approval to come up here. And some of their applications are approved, some of them are not approved, but they still come up anyway. The beauty of the Arctic is used very much to make money by Southerners. The communities are bothered and disturbed. Their hunting areas, the wildlife are visited. If we're to use any traditional knowledge, we grew up in those areas during the 1960s, 1950s. Around that time, we learned how to hunt. We weren't allowed to touch wildlife that we weren't going to hunt. If we weren't going to hunt them, we were told to leave them alone, don't disturb them by elders. These were the laws of the elders, so there would be plenty of wildlife. They wanted to be able to catch game that wasn't hard to catch. Today we go far distances to go hunting. And us Southerners have free access up here now. This matter needs to be watched carefully. Any traditional knowledge and laws, if we're going to use them, things will change very much, it's obvious. If we're to follow them, any traditional laws need to be presented and written down and enforced. And this should apply to all Southerners that will come up here to do whatever. So they will know, because they will only believe things if they see pictures or see something with their own eyes. Some of them even say, if I don't see a picture, I won't believe it at all. And that's how we differ in our cultures. Inuit mean the absolute truth when they say something, and they express completely what they remember. And I could even tell a story in the past, before I was born, before we were born. Our ancestors only used to hunt with bow and arrow before there were rifles. And so when they're stalking the caribou and they get close to the caribou, then they even take their pants off so they won't make a noise with his wind pants. So he's stalking the caribou without pants on, trying not to make a noise because the caribou will flee. I used to hear these kinds of stories, and our ancestors experienced that. Anybody ever did that before? That's my question. Anybody ever stalk a caribou with no pants? That's that. And in your traditional knowledge, we had began planning for a long time ago, but it hasn't been brought up yet by NTI. We've requested this from NTI, but they've not brought it up. If we're to use any traditional knowledge, the wildlife can come back to the area. I can tell the story. When I was a young man, I used to hunt in front of the community here. We would use rowboats. Me and other boys would hunt seals. And we would catch seals right close to shore, and when our boat was too full, we had to unload the seals to get more. We would use the seal for food during winter and dog food. There was this much wildlife, and sometimes daily we had narwhal pass by and people would hunt them. Today it's been more than a month that we don't have narwhal pass by. You need to know this has been a huge change for us. We're losing some of our customs here. And for those matters, I had wanted to express these things. I wrote down a few things. regarding the applicants we get from Southerners. Southerners only believe what they see. They don't listen. They don't take Inuit statements into consideration too much. I know this very well. You tell them we used to live this way. We used to do that following Inuit traditional knowledge. And they just say yes. They don't even bother to ask questions. And that seems to be not right. It would be great if they actually believed us, and then they would be able to follow our instructions. I grew up with the RCMP as a child. We were always in the company of Southerners. And Southerners needed help, even though adults, like they were little children, because they were not from up here. Our father used to work very hard to try and support Southerners to help protect them. That was their life. I have not lived in Pond Inlet only. I have lived at Devon Island, Alexander P. Ward, and Ellesmere Island. And I remember we were living out in the west. We had been brought over there by ship, and we returned by dock team. The late Ukparepi used to help my father. He met us halfway by dock team, as we had very few dogs left. And Inuit traveled everywhere by dock team to Igloolik, Hob Beach, other places. Every year, annually, these places would be visited during the cold winter. And using Inuit traditional knowledge, they didn't bring all the food they needed. They only brought some food for the dogs with a few store-bought items. And I'm talking about my knowledge, and I'm telling the actual truth. We actually saw these things happen. And I do have other pictures which I brought along when tourists were in the community during the summer. You can also see these pictures if you only believe in pictures. And then you can find out whether our statements are true or not. And so I wanted to talk about these things, the things we're dealing with NPC. I wrote a few things down. For example, if I were part of NPC, these things would be included. That there be actual employees who will be rangers, I guess, patrollers. You wouldn't be able to patrol all year round. With respect to caribou, using Inuit traditional knowledge, starting in May to the end of June, caribou give birth. And so they need to be protected while they're giving birth, while they're birthing from May to the end of June. Caribou birth here in our land. I've seen them when traveling by dog team. My father used to show me through a telescope newborn calves. And as Moses said, past Bruce had caribou go up there to feed on all the char that are there. Now we'll do hunt char. And it's also a calving area in that sound. As of course narwhal flee from killer whales into sounds and bays, and we get killer whales up here every summer. Narwhal are very terrified of killer whales for that reason. If we're to make rules using Inuit traditional knowledge, we definitely need to make rules for this area before our lands are polluted or destroyed. Me and my buddy here are also members of the Silver Lake National Parks Committee. Every year we look into how much the glaciers have melted, receded. When the weather's clear, you can see all these glaciers across from us. We check and monitor those glaciers. And when there are lots of ships and aircraft in the area now, I believe the glacier is still melting at a faster rate now by at least a mile from airborne dust pollution. We need to protect the glaciers too. There are sources of water, and they help provide clean water. And as the water flows into the ocean, it helps sink the mud and dirt in the ocean. We need to be aware of our environments to see how clean they are. Those of us who live in the Arctic, we can't just do things willy-nilly. As the Arctic is our life, we're not relocating elsewhere. We'll always stay here. We need to take very good care of it. We need to support it. We fellow humans from Clyde River, Grise Fjord, Resolute Bay, I can't tell them, you need to do this about your lands. They already know about what's happening in their territories. We need to ask them instead, what do we need to do to make things better to protect sites? These places are only sources of food. We don't have plants for food up here. Char, caribou, seals, narwhal, cod. They know where the cod are under the sea ice, even the copepod, which are the food of seals. And so I'm giving a short description of what's in of the sites and places that need protection. Our ancestors survived on wildlife, and that's why we're alive. There would be no human if the Arctic did not have wildlife. And luckily for us, there was wildlife, so our ancestors were able to survive. I had wanted to express that. I'm trying to make it brief. We can work on these matters very closely together, the Clyde River people, Arctic Bay people, the things we have written down. If we had to deal with land matters, if we need to make rules, we can work closely with these guys and write down the sites on land and in oceans that we want protected. My statements keep getting longer every time I speak. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I have still a lot of more things to say, but we're not going to have enough time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We are here to talk about the Nunavut land use plan. According to land claims agreement, we are asked to listen and to plan as Nunavut Planning Commission and to look at both traditional knowledge and scientific knowledge. Our culture, our knowledge have to be just as strong. Your lecture this afternoon was very valuable, gives us good direction. And I would like to acknowledge Aluki, President of NTI. Welcome. And Joshua's question, John will answer your questions you have asked previously.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you to the representatives from the hamlet of Pond Inlet for your comments here today. There were a few questions asked at the beginning of the presentation that I'll try and run through. The first question was about valued components and how they work as part of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. As we had mentioned, over the last 15 years, the Commission has collected a great deal of information on the lands and waters within Nunavut, including areas that are very important to communities for all manner of reasons. Not all of this information is included on our land use designations map A, which shows specific areas that have specific plan requirements. But all of the information that's been collected is included in the draft plan as valued components that are identified for the consideration of both project proponents in the design of their project, as well as other regulatory authorities when they conduct their further mandated reviews of individual project proposals. So when we say valued components in the context of this draft plan, we mean that collection of identified values that are not included on map A. That includes a number of different areas that are discussed throughout the plan. We gave some examples of things like some of the whale calving areas were not included as land use designations, but are included as valued components, again, to inform project proponents and other regulatory authorities on the importance of these areas. A key part of these valued components is the information directly recorded by the NPC, or the Nunavut Planning Commission, from community members. The slide showing on the right-hand screen in front of us now represents a high-level overview of some of that information. So, for example, the left-hand map shows additional priority areas that were identified by communities. This data set alone includes over 3,000 separate areas with specific comments identified by groups of community members that the Commission has recorded over the years. In addition, the right-hand side of the slide shows over 10,000 individual points recorded by Nunavut Planning Commission staff of how community members are using their lands and waters. So together, this collection of information can be summarized through our online computer systems and communicated more effectively to project proponents and other regulatory authorities. You'd also mentioned if the Nunavut Planning Commission has the authority or mandate to protect archaeological sites or cultural, historic locations throughout the territory. I will note that many of those types of locations are included in these types of maps. So we have generalized areas identifying locations of historic campsites, sod houses, and things like that. And they are included, again, as valued components within the draft plan. In addition, we are aware that the Government of Nunavut's Department of Culture and Heritage maintains very detailed databases of archaeological and historic sites throughout the territory. And very early on in this planning process, the Government of Nunavut indicated a reluctance or hesitancy to include all of that information in a publicly available land use plan. So that department has a mandate to ensure the protection of historical sites throughout the territory, and they have preferred to focus their efforts on individual reviews of project proposals and potential impacts on archaeological sites rather than make all of them publicly available in order to ensure privacy of these locations so that they would not be as regularly visited as some of the more prominently known locations. And the last topic I noted was the authorization of cruise ships within the Lancaster Sound area generally, including Tremblay Sound. And I wanted to indicate that currently the Nunavut Planning Commission does review project proposals for cruise ships coming into the territory, and they are required to follow any requirements of approved land use plans. In addition to any other authorizations they may require, for example, from the Government of Nunavut's Department of Environment for wildlife observation permits, as an example, those authorizations are also required for cruise ships entering the territory. And one final note, the management of vessel traffic within the proposed Talluriep-Amenga National Marine Conservation Area will soon be subject to the requirements of an interim management plan that is required to be prepared jointly by Inuit and Canada to manage ship traffic within this area very carefully. And at this time, the Commission is not aware of the current status of that implementation plan, and perhaps the Kikitani Inuit Association or the Government of Canada would be able to provide an update on that later, perhaps tomorrow, when they provide their presentations. So apologies for the long response to those questions, but those are the ones that I had noted from the beginning of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John Joshua. Thank you, Chair Joshua, Inlet Hamlet Council. Thank you for your response. It was clear. You have answered my questions, especially on value component I asked. We have the BAPLAN has agreed to know what that value component was earlier. And the train tracks that were planned by this company. We are in talks with this company, and we will continue to talk with them. And there are to be monitors. Perhaps when we come to that topic, I will discuss and make comments further on that. So at this time, I conclude my presentation. I will ask my colleagues for their further. Moses Ikudnak Hamlet of Pond Inlet, as I mentioned earlier. We have priorities, as we mentioned earlier, and marked them on the map. My father was born in that part I have mentioned earlier, and he lived in Kangmak and Anaudarelik area. He was born in that area near Kanakjuak Point. He lived in different parts of this area. At Anaudarelik there were Kangmaks, and during the seasonal change they relocate to different areas to Kulikjuak. And these were my grandfather Ulayuksen Angutakjuak clan. And the points Natchaksiyuk Torakjuk and Kungukjuak is near Kugikjuak and Inalugakjuit. These were the areas they spend their camps according to the parts of the season and to follow animals for harvesting and for food sources. And these are the areas that I have marked as priority. And on other topic, the cruise ships are coming in more and more each year, especially to Pond Inlet and to the place I mentioned earlier in Nalawakjuit. They are starting to make stop at this area year before, and that area, and I think more of the cruise ships will be stopping in that area, and these are ventures that are coming in for money-making purposes. We want to have these ships curbed and making less stoppages in our area as Hamlet Councillor or through organizations like Nunavut Planning Commission. The cruise ships are becoming numerous, more and more each year. If they don't have any restrictions imposed on them, it will get out of hand and becomes more and more numerous, and heritage sites. Near Mary River, Nuluyat, there are huge historic sites, and we know that there are a lot of archaeological artifacts and sites, and we know of someone who is very much aware of that area and came to the hamlet of We were aware of battery was going. Okay, continue, please. I come from the hamlet Moses Kunnik. We used to have a mayor Joshua Kunnik or Zakalashi. Charlie Inorak, I don't know which was which at that time. There was someone coming into town who specializes in archaeology. We had a meeting with him and he mentioned that I think Baffinland was forcing us to speed up the research, and he was complaining that he's being rushed to come to conclusion as to what was in that area. And he also knew at the time that archaeology and myself were very concerned that it wasn't paid any attention to for many years. The archaeology has not come in now for quite a while because he could not come to any conclusions, and he was sort of forced to speed up his research, and it was not complete. And in the area that he was working on near the mine site is archaeological site, and I think this will be coming practice in the future, where archaeology and other important artifacts are rushed near an relic at the cove. There was a family that lived in that area where Jaco Alalu grew up. And I think he's the only last survivor who lived in that area. If he has something to say, he might be able to tell you the site there. And his parents lived in 1915. I think I will conclude my speech here. Thank you. Thank you. We will have Nunavut Planning Commission staff. No question from the community delegates. Appears none. Registered guests. Registered participants. None. From the public, from the community. Any questions to the presenters? Appears none. Thank you. Give them a hand, please. Upon Inlet hunters and trappers. Thank you. Please state your name, your organization. Whenever you're ready.
Thank
you for coming into the community. We are welcoming you as HTO organization. So stay around for a while. Charlie Novak, I'm with HTO. Our chair have other businesses to attend to. Another meeting, there were going to be 3 of us to make a presentation, and we appreciate you coming in to the community. We anticipated your arrival so we could make a presentation. We will also make written submission before January 22, coming in from the HTO. We have other concerns that need to be addressed, and we will do that because we won't be able to make a full presentation of our concerns on this table alone. We are representatives of the community, and they have many concerns, and some of them are very important. And we have heard a lot of concerns as HTO chair. I'll ask a question before I start. You had a presentation, North Baffin, the caribou travel sites, where caribou have travels, and they were not all recorded. So I want to make a clarification on that. And here at the map, we have some items we want to show you as HTO. We have discussed these maps at HTO meetings. It's not quite clear, but Chair, I needed some clarification on caribou migration routes that were incomplete in your maps. I don't know how long I will be here to discuss it as a caribou travel route. Just want to remind you, January 10 is a deadline for written submissions. And you can write a written submission to staff of your concerns. Thank you, Chair. And we will make written submissions, and these are the descendants of the population who depended on caribou, where the migration routes are. Can we look at caribou ice crossing sites? Just for your information, although they appear to be just presentation, it will help us a lot to do our work. Your presentations are also recorded, just for your information. You can just talk and we'll know what you would be talking about. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the clarification. Our caribou herd in North Baffin, there appears to be gone, and they come in at times as well. And we have heard through traditional knowledge that caribou will disappear. As I grew up, there were hardly any caribou herds in Kugalik. As I was becoming a young man, I first saw caribou starting to come into our area, and in many herds they were coming across through Iglulik area, Amitok area to Nunayosik, heading north, coming toward our area. And they cross to North Baffin, coming through their traditional routes where they migrate. And they also come in through Sanagayak area during winter, where we didn't know of their travel routes at the time they migrate. And we were very aware. Sometimes we are told, and they disappeared, that we don't have any more caribou herd. So we just want to inform and make the public aware that what we know as growing up with caribou herd, and the caribou coming in through their travel routes from Repulse Bay or from Baker Lake area have come in at times to our area from that far off and crossing to North Baffin Island. And a lot of herds have come through, and I've seen a lot of herds migrating northward. And I have seen these herds coming in to North Baffin, and the caribou herds has come back because they cross away from their traditional migration route. And they come through Mare River area, and that area, Clyde River, and Broughton Island, Pangnakto, Ikalungmiut, Cape Dorset, they travel this far to harvest caribou because the herd has become numerous. Our forefathers have mentioned that there will be huge herds coming through sometimes, and sometimes spending time and they come into Tununo area. When they deplete their feeding grounds, then they start migrating to different areas toward Igloolik and to Repulse Bay area. And there are huge herds. Wolf packs are following these herds everywhere they travel. I don't think you have fully documented our knowledge of the caribou. If you don't have it documented, you should, because I don't think you have complete data on wildlife in our area. They say that caribou herd is in danger area due to the climate, and they travel elsewhere. They're not being depleted. Sometimes they have a vast range area that they travel across, and the land is the problem sometimes due to feeding of the herd. And the caribou have traveled vast. It was dangerous ground. Some have gone through the cliffs in this area when it's icy in the land. And according to Inuit Kawaimaya Tokangat, that the caribou that is arriving, the lead caribou herd, if they were to be harvested too soon, the leaders of the caribou herd, when they are harvested and shot, the herd start dispersing everywhere to any direction because they follow their leaders when they migrate, and these leader caribous would travel to calving areas. And during the rutting season, and they would then become stationary while at that time, and the caribou herd would be standstill. I have seen herds at that stage. And I think full documentation should be included in your Nunavut land use plan, how the caribou and their travel areas. I summarize these knowledges that they should be included in your draft land use plan, and you should direct your staff to look into this and have it documented. And the person who gave us a presentation yesterday, he mentioned that Kivalliq have documented the migration route of their caribou herd in that region, and he mentioned that we don't have much data for North Baffin area. And if they are becoming too numerous, if their migration route has drastic changes, for some reason they start to die off, and their ice crossing routes. And the Hamlet delegation made a nice presentation, very informative. And he was talking about the capping areas, and Nunavut Planning Commission should have these presentations documented. So I just wanted to inform you in short presentation that there should be further documentation on ice crossing routes. And there have been too much harvesting on male caribou, and this is why I think the herd have depleted in numbers due to over harvesting of bull caribou. And caribou herd is starting to come back because bull caribous are becoming numerous again, and these are the Inuit traditional knowledge. And we should be aware if we start misusing our caribou herd, say through bad harvesting, our land at times have no food source. Sometimes icing on ground is the reason, and they won't. At times they don't have. They're not able to get their food source due to icing on the ground. And you could tell healthy caribou when you eat it. You could tell it's healthy, and you could also tell that it's not healthy to eat. When the caribou was numerous, the liver of the caribou used to be dark and healthy. And this is traditional knowledge of our elders. When this liver change that they are about to perhaps deplete due to sicknesses. And at one point we completely ran out of caribou, and I will conclude on my caribou talk. We have other matters that I'd like to talk to you about. and Inuit Kawimayutokangat. Inuit Kawimayutokangat. I don't have much knowledge on that, although I'm an elder now. If I were to have paid attention as youngster and learned these knowledges, we spoke of it, and the presentation in the beginning of this proceedings was mentioned that it will be part of the topic. And to date, when we talk about Inuit Kawimayutokangat from both levels of government and other organizations, Inuit Kawimayutokangat, and this is what we based on. This is what we have been told. We have been told Inuit Kawimayutokangat. It's not being utilized. It's lip service just so that companies could come in like Mary River. I used to be a member of QIA, and when we negotiated at that time, and he mentioned that when we talked about IIBM and Inuit will be employed at these mining companies, and they will benefit, and it's in paper, and because of that, Inuit were aware that they will benefit from this mining company. And as it turned out, there was none. We are not benefiting in Baffin Island. The agreement that was signed, and Inuit Kawimayutokangat was thrown out the window. And when it comes to discussion on wildlife, we turn to Kabranat knowledge, and it's very complicated at times, and to substantiate their action, they say it's technical. This has to stop. And you, as Nunavut Planning Commission, should be made aware. You're not using Inuit Kawimayutokangat anymore. You are now dictated by the ministers and senior people of the organizations and companies. The ministers are dictated by the consultants and by the lawyers. If you talk with them according to the agreement, Inuit Kawimayutokangat would be excluded in any discussions with HTO. This is how we understand it now as HTO organizations, and simple things become very complicated, and these have to be addressed. When decisions are made by organizations, it is now a routine for any disagreement to come right up to the minister for immediate decision, whatever the tactic may be used to achieve what their desire is. And for instance, mining, fuel exploration, and we are told now that only the minister will be able to answer your concerns and answer your questions, and that will be the end of it. That conclusion usually is in favor of the applicant who have turned to the minister. And because their request is always technical, and Inuit are not included anymore. The Inuit are the basis of Nunavut agreement. It's not the agreement for non-Inuit. And we also know that the Queen and the government were signatories to this country, and we have to correct everything, include Inuit as landowners. In your Nunavut Planning Commission, Chair, I want to address to you just recently, federal government, Senate committee, and they determined at that time who will totally be responsible for the land, our traditional land, and federal government have approved what was in dispute recently. So the mining company have come up with logic that there would be layoffs, and I just wanted to make a mention that how things are today. Your name, please, your organization. Thank you, Chair. David Inoa, HTO, Muchimatelik. 6 or 7 are what I will be talking about, and I have some few questions. I don't understand.
The ships coming into the pond area are increasing in the small boats called yachts. The sounds up here to pretty far away to another lake, to Milne Inlet, to Tremblay Sound. Those sounds are visited by ships and those ones on Bylot Island. And some of the ships have helicopters, and they even have submersibles. And some of the cruise ships bring these things along. We've gone to them and asked them what they're doing, and we asked to see their permits. They don't even want to show us their permits at all. They say they can only show them to the RCMP, they can't show them to regular people. The cruise ships need authority, or the cruise ships needs approval if they're going to have submersibles or helicopters. They need to be approved on paper first. When the cruise ships are doing too much, going anywhere too much, regardless of NERB and other organizations, they're not in the community. So the cruise ships do whatever they want. People aren't watching them. And some of us here have seen from their yachts, they go ashore and you see people hiking. And when people are asked, why are you here on the land walking around? And they say they're just enjoying the scenery, and we know that they're not just enjoying the scenery. They're searching for things, some expensive things like rocks or minerals. And we know this now. As that is the case now, the organizations that give out these permits, like Inuit Heritage Trust Government and Tungavik, we know they meet annually. Some of us know this now. And we want the HTO to be a member of these committees because we do have rights regarding our environment. We're the designated Inuit organization for environmental matters. And we need to be a part of these committees. We need to be a part of the authorizing bodies now. And the communities and the members from surrounding communities were saying, how can we deal with these things? And we want these things dealt with. In the second item, these mining companies come to our lands already approved to be up here. These governments, federal government, representatives need to work things out. They need to teach and train the companies or the communities or representatives if that were to happen. For example, mining, oil exploration, or anything. Those are government duties that they need to set rules for these people. They have no rules in place. They don't teach them about different cultures. When these companies start doing their things, they go through hard times without rules and regulations in place. And I'll bring this up in NAM when they come here. And that's that. And the fourth item. Mining companies like Bapperland and QIA use the hamlet. And they use them to get permissions to do things, and the hamlet aren't environmental people. Their jurisdiction is within the community. They have no authority outside community limits. They have no jurisdiction at all in English terms. The hamlet is used by Bapperland and QIA to get easier, faster access to what they want to do. And they bypassed organizations such going through the hamlet organization. And to further talk about Bapperland QIA, they have set up monitoring. They have set up a committee for monitoring the environment called the Facility Working Group. The working group are not an organization. They're not a recognized organization within any laws. They weren't made out of any agreements. They have no authority. They say that when we reach phase 2, they'll start using the working group, but that working group has no authority. They have not been recognized by anybody. And the working group will be there in mind to monitor. It will be up to them to say yes or no. And if the environment begins to change, the working group would be able to halt mining or whatever. And this is what people say. And they talk about this organization that doesn't exist at all. It's like they're trying to make something out of a dream. If they're going to do environmental monitoring, they need an actual body that's already existing, like the HTO, for their research. And I want to read this part from the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement. It's on the very first page, right at the beginning. This is broken even by the representatives of the organizations in Nunavut.
And resources, including offshore, to provide Inuit with wildlife harvesting rights to participate in decision-making concerning wildlife harvesting, to provide with financial compensation and means of participating in economic opportunities, to encourage self-reliance and cultural and social well-being of Inuit.
That's the first part of the agreement that I read, there's a lot more in there. And I want to express this. Whenever there's a meeting, and sometimes people go on the radio, people from Arctic Bay. And Arctic Bay people used to say this, as they said they used to get 5 ships in a year, and the ships weren't that big too. We are told by people who don't come here and those who don't hunt in the area, who don't see what's happening in our environment and what's happening with our wildlife. And for that reason, our situation is nothing like Nanisivik. They're taking huge amounts of ore, and the ships are huge too. And I do want to ask 2 questions. Whether NPC staff, if we can go to the HTO office so we can further explain the maps we had designated on the maps. I'm asking if we can meet with you guys.
Madam Chair, you can receive.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Ahalawak, Executive Director with the Planning Commission. Thank you for the question. As we stated earlier, the Commission is open to listening, working with, and receiving and assisting all of the communities to ensure that their voice is heard and their presentations. So the answer is yes. And again, the oral and written presentations up until January 10th, the record is open till then. So thank you. I hope if you want further clarification, please advise. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Name it Nora HTO from Pond Inlet. I do want to ask also the Mayor of Pond Inlet. And apparently the mayor had been a part of the Nunavut Planning Commission, which I just found out. Would the mayor be in conflict of interest when we're dealing with these matters regarding these maps? I'm asking, is the mayor of Pond Inlet in conflict for working with NPC on these matters?
Alan, go ahead.
Alan Blair, External Legal Counsel for the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you for the question. As I think we all know, all of the commissioners come from all across Nunavut, from many different municipalities, many different backgrounds, and their task is to hear the information provided to the Commission through staff and through these meetings and make decisions on a Nunavut-wide basis. So there's no direct conflict. The decisions they're making will affect all of Nunavut, not necessarily a particular community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. I'm done. Thank you.
Charlie?
Thank you, Charlie Noro from the HTO. You were shown a map made from the hamlet. But I think this part has been shaded in red, but it's also our thought that this area should be shaded too at the Kanaju. Just before you get to Kanaju, there's a Kanaktarik. There's a place called Kanaktarik, which has a river. When you go up there to hunt caribou, it's the only source of water today now. And perhaps long after the mine had closed, the water would become clean again. We only have the one trail when we're going up there, and they're close to the haul trucks and equipment. That is the only water source up there now. It's a river that flows continuously all year round. It's flowing now and will keep flowing during the winter. The water is very pure. The other the other places with water are undrinkable now. So I want that site to be marked as a valued component. And there's another place past Kanayu. Our ancestors used to say it was a real favorite caribou birthing site. So I do want this area marked as a value component. We do want this marked as value component. Most of the water up there has been polluted. Even when you make water from snow, it just turns red from pretty much all in the area up there, Mr. Chair. Thank you. We're writing down your statements. And let me make another statement to you. I'm Charlie Enall from the HTO. Yep, I'm home here in the community. Yep. There are some parts that are worked on, dealt with very well, but there are some that need to be worked with. If there's going to be oil mining exploration, that Inuit be able to work with them and try and speak English. They need to be able to partner with Inuit. And if they don't agree with Inuit, that they be turned down for their applications. If those companies will partner up with Inuit, like for example, if it was a drilling company, that they only be allowed to drill if they'll partner with Inuit. Same for construction workers. If they don't partner with, if they're gonna make something, that they partner with Inuit. Today, Inuit are taking part in jobs that not a lot of them have jobs. Yep. As in job postings, you need educated people, skilled people to fill positions. And so we need to be able to work out an arrangement where companies can only work up here if they partner with Inuit. And I'm thinking the same thing for the Mare River project. Our youth today can speak very good English now. It's obvious some of them will create businesses. And Inuit can be utilized more for these matters. And I realize you're writing my statements down. And the other statement I want to make, representing the HTO, the government has set up, I believe it's the environment people, that Mare River, I'll speak of Mare River now, Baffinland now. And Baffinland had been mandated to monitor caribou and narwhal. And this has been mandated for Baffinland to deal with. And it seems like they're doing very good researching the wildlife, but up to today, looking at the matter, when you look at their research, they say nothing negative about the environment, the animals. We have not affected any narwhal, seals, anything at all, is what they say. But as of the HTO, we don't take that impression at all. The seals are very few in numbers. We hardly see narwhal anymore. Sometimes someone will catch a narwhal or two. And this used to be a major narwhal area. I believe this matter needs to be worked on very seriously, and for that reason I'm speaking. The government of Nunavut needs to stand up and do something about this now. And the federal government needs to take part in this with respect to the loss of wildlife in the area. We community members, we don't want anyone to lose their jobs or stop working. But if we don't deal with the environment, it will not be a good thing for our descendants. We need to make sure we work and deal and plan for all these things for our future generations. When there are no more wildlife in the air, it's very noticeable. Baffinland's research, like Bruce said, the narwhal counting they don't give us reports to the community. They don't give reports to the HTO. They don't give us reports saying we saw this many narwhal seals. We don't get those at all. I don't know who they give their reports to. You guys probably get copies of their reports, but you don't report to us either. And when community members who are in different organizations go to meetings and they tell these things. And so we are saying that QIA needs to start an Inlet-led research and monitoring program. Mr. Chair, in the agreement it says that if there is going to be any activity, that the Inuit be used as a base and be given reports on activities. Even though that's written down, people don't give us reports. They don't tell us how many narwhal they have seen or if they have noticed any changes in behavior. Their governments are able to do these things, but they never say anything. I don't know where they hide those reports. So NPC needs to deal with these matters as we are the HTO. Thank you. Sharon will answer some of your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Halawak, Executive Director for the Planning Commission. Charlie, thank you for your comments. First, I know you've heard it before, the Commission mandate and authority is outlined in the Nunavut Agreement and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act. So your concerns that are within our mandate will be considered. With regards to your other comments dealing with the environmental concerns and having Inuit actively involved, you do have the organizations, the federal government, territorial government, the QIA, and Nunavut Tungavik sitting here listening, and you will have an opportunity when they do their presentations to also comment or question their presentations. And I can assure you that collectively as we've gone through these public hearings, they are listening. And we, as a goal, do want to ensure that Inuit voices are heard, and that at the end of the day, the land use plan that goes forward is that serves Inuit and as outlined in the mandate and the desire of Nunavut. So I hope that addresses your issue. Probably not quite the answer that you wanted, but some of your issues are not within the Commission authority. But I just want to reiterate, your issues are being heard. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Charlie.
Thank you. Go ahead, Charlie. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us a long opportunity. Mr. Chair, I have a request from you and perhaps the government, but mostly for you guys. There are many jobs in the community, and it's pretty close by. We can get there during the day. There are many minerals in the area: iron ore, gold deposits, silver deposits, and I guess uranium. They have found all these minerals up there, and Bapland had said that they found 9 huge deposits. And for that reason, it's obvious these deposits won't be let go. And those projects will go for many years, perhaps long after I'm dead, and you guys will be very old, and you'll still be working on those projects. There are dangers with respect to our wildlife in some ways. Some of the marine wildlife, like cod, are pretty small. The community members of Inlet need something to really happen today. Today, Hamlet does not have any monies to deal with these matters, and same for the HTO. So I believe the matters that deal with big projects should be dealt with first, and DFO needs to start on these matters along with the governments, including GN. And NTA and QI are too small to deal with these matters. They are supporting Inuit. But others do have authority to monitor the environment. So that is my request to you when we will be having these projects to on for years and years, and deposits are huge. How it is planned, if they're included, if the plants are included and made stronger through a different way, that is the first thing we're not saying. We used to have an MLA, Joe Inuk, inside the assembly. He spoke, and he said the community of Ponda needs to be dealt with in a different manner. There are too many possibilities for big projects, and there are dangers within those projects. And so he has said these organizations need to get together and rise up and do something. And so I'm reiterating what he said before, even though he has passed away. And we elders are having a harder time, and we've worked hard to try to have our children, grandchildren, and for descendants included in the benefits, and I have wanted to express that. My statements. Thank you for giving us the opportunity very much. Thank you. We'll have our employees. I'll ask my employees if we have any questions for you guys. There's none. Any committee members? Any committee members have questions for? I believe Larry has a question.
Tena ukharsukayaw katamman sulinyunali ukhandak ubangalari outlook quiz for your.
Hi, my name is Larry Elderquist for H2O member. We've heard again, and we'll probably hear again from other members. But I'm noticing that the cruise ship visits, they don't exactly follow the rules, and I believe you as committee members are starting to realize that this is a huge priority. We do make money from the cruise ships, so how they're set up aren't properly set up. And it's been explained that sailboats will go pretty much anywhere. We're not dealing with these matters. When you're looking at this, it's not a very good thing. So I want you to understand that when you go to communities for hearings. And statements made by community members upon it, especially, I was glad to hear them. Yeah, we need to stand up and fight for ourselves, not just give in to whatever they want. And I'm glad that the government's listening to these statements. We'll also have to discuss health and well-being on these matters with respect to lands, especially with what was said about the dust. So the health representatives of Nunavut and the federal government, I wanted to hear them about the dust problem. It's a huge issue as it causes health problems in the body. And so that needs to be taken into consideration. That's all. Thank you. Any other questions from anybody, I guess? Philip? Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the community members upon it. I totally support Charlie's statements. A reminder of who you are. He's somebody from Resolute Bay. Charlie's telling the absolute truth. I totally believe his statements. We are not listened to at all. How can we be taken seriously? Perhaps all the HTO should get together and make a statement, and then maybe then we will be heard. I believe we need to do something about this matter. So that people, organizations will be able to take us seriously and listen to our statements. We are the environmentalists, that Charlie said, or his partner said. We have no boundaries. As the hamlet, we have further jurisdiction than the hamlet and rights. But we're not exercising our authority or rights. Have you ever taken this into consideration? Did you ever plan for this on how we can become stronger? And perhaps the HCOs could meet together from all the communities and talk about how you had ever, and talk about if you had ever wanted to deal with these matters. Go ahead, Charlie. Thank you for your great statements. Philip. The HTOs are lacking in monies, funding, and all HTOs are in that situation. And the monies they get to operate are just, for operations. But they can do a lot of work within the community. So as we're starting to discuss the matter. We've been saying in pondering that we need to create an organization to make the money profits we are making bigger. And once we get that cooperation up and running, and then we can do matters like technical meetings and such, and hire lawyers and such. Once we start working with these people, then we understand that we can have more authority, rights, and strength if we work in this matter. And so as HTO members, this will be a priority for us to deal with. Once we have monies, then we'll be more able to do projects, and this is our priority for us. Thank you. Thank you. Licensing out. I forget the representatives' names. I'm representing the HTO. I don't have a question. I just want to say something I'm thinking about. Thank you. Thank you, Inuit. And the HTO Hamlet, that they have representatives, and we were invited here. Let's not just talk about things that we can't deal with. We have been given authority and rights within the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement. I think it's only because we're not trying to get things started. Once we get things started, if we work closely together, because we do have the authority, let's not give up hope. And I appreciate that we have authorities and rights, and although it looks like we're just starting from scratch, we have the authority to work with KIA and NTI. Let's not bicker over things. Let's not fight each other. If we work together, we can really stand up and be strong. I'm very glad. And this is our actual beginning, and we understand that we are given more authority, and organizations are even listening to us now. And I'm pretty sure that after these things, we will be able to stand up and have more authority. We need to work more closer together. We need to work with QIA and NTI. We can become a very strong authority. If we say, I don't think we can do this or do that, it won't get us anywhere. It will just delay our progress. Thank you. I don't have any other names. If Jonathan wants to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thanks to the members of the Mid-Metallic Hunters and Trappers organization for your comments here today. I would just like to note that the previous work of the Kikataluk Hunters and Trappers organizations, working collectively with the Kikataluk Wildlife Board in providing previous submissions on the draft plan, has been very effective and has formed an essential component of the latest 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. So when commissioners were preparing the current draft plan, those submissions were relied on very heavily to inform land use designations for things like caribou calving grounds in the region, caribou sea ice crossings, caribou migration routes, as well as things like polar bear denning areas, walrus haulouts, and whale calving areas across all three species of whales that are most commonly found in the region. So that is, we think, a strong example of how Inuit Kaiwimaiutaqungit has been fully considered by commissioners in the drafting of this current plan and is reflective of the views that we received through the very detailed Kikatalo Wildlife Board submissions. And further, I'd like to note that we do very much appreciate the hard copy map that was presented to staff this week and is shown on the screen, and look forward to meeting with you further to discuss in more detail the additional areas that you've identified, so commissioners can give this additional information equally full consideration. So that's not necessarily a question, but I just wanted to provide a bit of clarification on the good work that has been done in the past and that can hopefully continue into the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Go ahead, Charlie. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another request to NPC. Yep, we're working on creating a marine sanctuary for Lancaster Sound. And you have to, once that has been dealt with, it won't be your mandate to deal with it anymore, but that will only happen if the federal government, after the federal government approves it. And before a federal government approval, I would wish that the HTOs from the most affected communities from Lancaster Sound be included in the process. And the southern organizations will be very capable of dealing with these matters. They may have Inuit working for them. But if we're going to have so many ships, we need to try and limit the number of ships that would be coming up. And there will be other matters that should be delegated to the HTO once you have authority to delegate authority to other organizations before the federal government approves the conservation area. I had spoke about what needed to be included in the conservation area, that Inuit traditional knowledge be included, that Inuit staff be included, who know how to deal with wildlife, because this conservation area has so much diverse wildlife. And we will have old icebergs called Kugvuk that will be passing through Lancaster Sound. There will be hardships, there will be obstacles for people traveling through there. And so I have wanted Inuit to be part of the decision-making process for the conservation area. The federal government will probably have a statement about when they would be finished approving the conservation area. And once that's done, we will have no more voice to add regarding the conservation area. And so I want to send something that would be dealt with in the conservation area process. Thank you. I have no other names listed from community members.
Any questions to the presenters?
We have no questions from the invited people. Any questions from the committee members? We don't have any. Thank you for your report. And we'll go ahead with our Cloud River people. And today, they will be our last presenters for today.
me. And now I'm here.
Thank you. You can go ahead with your presentation. State your name and organization, please. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Lammy Pardo from Clyde River, from the Hamlet organization. It's regretful Clyde River people aren't great orators, but we will have statements to make from Clyde River. This was, some of us had sat for the first time with the Nunavut Parks people, but if later on, if we need to take part in hearings, we will have a better idea of what is expected from us and from others. But while we were sitting here together, I realized, I understood that when we go home to our communities, the Hamlet and HTOs and perhaps the parks people will need to meet to discuss these matters, and I was thinking that, if we were to meet together, then we'd be in a better position to plan. And so this will be a priority for me when we get home. That's the situation we're in. But I will report further. These guys from the HTO I want to give them an opportunity to speak first. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nationakalak. And I'm from the HTO. We're here to represent our community members. And I will speak what I'm thinking. We're alive today because our ancestors survived on terrestrial and marine wildlife, and I'm here to represent my community members. And if they had not had food from terrestrial and marine wildlife, I would not be here today. They survived using all the parts of the animals. They would eat the meat, use the bones for tools. And so they were able to use all parts of the wildlife, and I'm here today because they were able to do that. I can say today I'm living in the lap of luxury. And I can even show people who aren't from my community images and such. And so I'm here to represent my community members here today. We've heard from other community members. And they're planning for their descendants through their lands and wildlife. And we've heard that there are more cruise ships and other ships coming into the area now today. Yep, some communities have set up boundaries, but others don't respect or follow the boundaries at all. And Lisa said we need to work. If we start working closer together, we can have more strength and authority. And so if people who come up here start listening to us more, if we start working more close together, what she said, what we want for our community members can begin to happen. So if whoever comes to the community for consultation or whatever, if they can start listening more closely to attention and following their wishes, then things can proceed better. into the future. The federal government deals with matters in a very slow manner. It's like they're delayed behind. When they do find something exciting they want to deal with, they can rush the matter through. I hope that when you go back to your office and the statements you wrote down from the people who made them, that you don't just shove them aside and forget about them. That you actually look at the statements made and do something about them. We hear about how Inuit traditional knowledge, how people and organizations want to use more traditional knowledge in their operation, but lots of people, organizations aren't following the Inuit traditional knowledge. I'll probably grow old with people, organizations probably not using Inuit traditional knowledge, or that may change in the future, I'm not sure. And the question I specifically wanted to ask the Inuit Planning Commission, when you're planning for lands, that you be more visible to the communities, like to organizations like the HTO Hamlet, that they be more included more in your processes. I believe that organizations like the NPC should be more closely linked to the community with respect to mining, oil and gas exploration, as I believe these projects will keep coming up more and more in our future. These businesses will come up more and more in our future. And the world is paying more close attention to what's in the Arctic as they find out more and more resources. And more companies will want to come up here to extract those resources. And so the statements being made, I would wish that they are listened to and respected after we've left this building. If they're not taken into consideration with respect, something bad or horrible will also happen to Pond Inlet again. And then we have to go back and try and deal with those matters too. And this can happen in any community. Yep. I doubt exploration for minerals, oils, gas will not cease. Other companies will keep looking. And you already know that in Clyde River, you remember that a company wanted to do oil exploration near the community, and this will happen again because the project was just delayed, and we'll be in the same situation as Pond Inlet. And I believe the designated Inuit organizations in the community should ask the community members more about what do you want us to do, what do we need to do. When we had this company who wanted to do seismic testing in our area, none of these organizations came to our support. And so the community had to deal with the matter ourselves. And we were able to do something about the seismic activity. And the people who are always, and the haters of people who use furs and such, they were our only support for the community of Clyde River. And in English, their name is called Greenpeace. They were the only source of assistance to the community. None of the Inuit organizations were available. They didn't bother asking us any questions. They didn't bother to ask if we needed any assistance at all. That was what I noticed. Yeah, as I said, I'm not a great orator. I recently became a committee member, and so I want to bring this up as I'm starting to understand more of what is being said from the statements made. This is my first time this is my first time being invited to a hearing, and so if people's statements won't be taken into consideration, if the organizations won't report to the community when they're supposed to be supporting the community members, as a normal human, my wishes won't be respected. I need to find someone who will support my desires and needs. And if I try to make a statement by myself, nobody will take me seriously. And whoever has that company will make lots of money for what they want to do. Yeah, we've heard statements made about how these benefits and promises made upon it will be appearing, but nothing has materialized from those statements. So if organizations will just make empty statements, that's not a good thing. It doesn't assist or support people. Yeah, organizations say they don't have any money. Bapala is saying they don't have enough money because they're not shipping enough ore, and we hear that today. But the man who owns the company probably is a billionaire now. He probably has so much money, and still he's saying we don't have any money to help support you. When we're representing our community members, what you hear come in through one ear and out the other? Is this how it's going to be when we're trying to represent our community members? It is now 2022. We're living in the lap of luxury. I can say my late great-grandfather used to travel only by dog team, and so my grandfather experienced some of this. Today we have very fast transportation. We can go pretty much anywhere. And my great-grandfather never talked about money. He never had money. And today I'm surviving only on money. Even if it's Inuit traditional food, I still need to buy it. And if there's meat from other communities, I still need to buy it, regardless of the fact that I'm still an Inuit. And in some ways, that's pretty disgusting, selling food for money, especially as today we need to survive with only money. I don't think this is what you came to hear. Came here to hear. Okay, this is my fellow committee members will speak their own thoughts, and I'm speaking what I'm saying. I'm here to speak for my community members, my children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren will live up here. Some of them won't see some of the animals, wildlife we have now. My future descendants, they won't see some of the wildlife we have now. We're told the climate is warming up today, and what we call glaciers are much smaller in size now. And even during the month of December, people hunt seals by boat now, when we used to travel by sea ice in the past. Yep, today they're boating during Christmas season when the sea ice should have formed long ago. And these days, the ocean doesn't get saltier as soon as it used to. It's more freshwater today. Today, our marine wildlife sink faster now. They sink quicker now. And that is the situation we're in today. And so I hope when you leave here, go back to your office, what the statements you made, don't just shove them aside. And you need to consult the people you're representing more today. And we have all kinds of communication devices that we can use to communicate with each other. If you do these things, it'll be much better for both of us to work more closely together. Yeah. Now that we understand what our rights are, we know that we can get more rights. We can get information from everywhere. People from pretty much anywhere over the world are listening to us now and watching us now. You can get information out the world in just an instant. So would want you to take the people's statements into consideration. I will have further statements later. Thank you.
Donate HTO. I don't talk a lot. I don't have much opinion, but I'm here on behalf of my community. At this moment, I'd like to say a few things about Beluga Whale near our community. In the last 4 years, we have had no beluga whales in our vicinity. And we go far as Nachichilik looking for beluga whales, and we use a lot of gas in order to look and harvest the beluga whale. And as we travel, we met a huge cruise ship to an area where we are going to harvest beluga whale, and we were not aware. No one has mentioned that this cruise ship will be at that place. And there should be information. Someone should have mentioned this to the cruise ships. For in our community, we have mentioned before that these areas, certain areas, are out of bounds. This wasn't very pleasant experience for us. And when we saw this cruise ship and we met them in that same location, same thing the following year. We went up to a certain area for beluga whale because there's none in our community. So we went to an area, and here was a Coast Guard ship. And as a government vessel, they must have been aware that these areas are concerned to the community and recommended out-of-bound areas to large vessels. And I'm always against cruise ships. Although I've been told that we will benefit economically, you will be able to sell your crafts and you will be acquiring extra cash for yourselves. And they go to an area where there is no population, no community, and we are usually a last resort for these cruise ships to stop. And even when they come into town, there's no economy, there's no selling of arts and crafts. So I'm very much against these cruise ships. And I believe they will only become numerous in the future. They will start arriving more and more to the communities. For those of us who live in Nunavut, North Baffin, let's put a stop to this. We have more important concerns, such as our harvesting areas. Once it's disturbed, it's very hard for mammals to come back to an area where we would harvest. There's no economical benefits for us. And the sail ships are becoming numerous, yachts coming into our area. They are all over the coast. So at this time, I will stop for now, and I will have more comments later. Thank you. JD Tigulagak, HTO, Clyde River. I had concerns about the cruise ships as well. My colleagues have explained it well. We need to have these shores monitored. They come in land without invitation, without much care, and they do pretty well do as they please with NTI and QIA and other governing agencies be able.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Hallock, Executive Director for the Planning Commission. I just want to clarify, are you asking for the Commission to have monitors for cruise ships? Was that your question? Thank you.
HTO Clyde River. I just wanted to know if you were able to place PY so there could be a monitor related to these cruise ships. That's my question, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your question. Sharon Hallock, Executive Director with the Planning Commission. It goes back to the Commission mandate. That's not within the Commission's mandate. However, the other organizations, governments that are responsible for the cruise ships, they can speak to that. I can't speak for them on whether or not they will allocate the resources that you're identifying that you would like to see. I'll just ask if Jonathan has anything further to add, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you very much for the question. I don't have a definitive answer on that, but I would draw to everyone's attention that The plan requirements for polar bear denning areas propose to require a polar bear monitor to conduct a survey of an area in advance of any blasting, drilling, or earth moving. So that is currently part of the current proposed draft plan that we're collecting feedback on, and I don't think we've heard too many concerns with that approach. So I just note that it's possible that a similar requirement may be able to be used for cruise ships and monitors, but would really invite further comment from all participants on whether that may or may not be appropriate or within the Commission's mandate. It's not something that the Commission has previously considered, but it is an interesting topic to consider. Thank you.
That's my presentation. As for Greasefjord, they have concerns of their areas today. I think federal government should take more responsibility because of the unique situation they are in, which they were relocated and should be assisted with their harvesting areas that they were concerned with. Thank you, Chair. Laimiki Palo, Clyde River Hamlet. The graph up there of the map is in smaller scale. We have a larger one back home that we have identified of no contact zone or areas where we don't want people or companies to be around. These lands are valuable to us. We have worked on maps in Clyde River, and I want to say that there are concerns about cruise ships and other vessels. They are not coming in right now, or that could be there, as mentioned earlier. We do not know of their locations anymore, either north of us or south of us. That is a situation today. And I would like to say, I grew up traveling by dog team, and we had peterheads at the time. They were our only mode of transportation, and my parents were their only transportation as well. They use these transportations for harvesting. When we hunted by dog team, and when people want to come into the community, there was only one travel route. I was born north of Clyde River, and I grew up inland as well. Some will understand, some won't. This area was a main traveling route, and you have no way to get to community except through this area. And traveling to an area where we do our fishing, and it's still that case today. It is now used for commercial fishing fishing area. We lived in that area as we start to travel by snowmobiles today. we don't live in that area anymore. We have moved into the community. Me and my parents and the clan, as we moved ourselves to the community. And when we started traveling by snowmobile in 1970s, we have moved in closer to the community as a family. 80s and 90s. It was that time that when I learned of these routes that we could use a snowmobile travel from Clyde River. We have to travel overland when we have to get to a certain location. As we travel through ice, overland, ice again, and to overland to a fishing area. And the other areas are not quite suitable for travels. And that reminds me this route that we take some time has to be worked on, make it so we can travel. We talked about this area as a community and how we need to find funding so we could make this travel route, which would be an alternative, to be more usable. And at this stage, we have not found a way yet how to solve this area. We want to start using a secondary travel route. And as I mentioned, that I'm not very talkative, but I have concerns, so I'll leave the rest to my colleagues. Thank you, Chair. Nathan Nakadilak, HTO Clyde River. For those of us who are from Clyde River, our harvesting area is not very close. As you look at the map, we have to travel past the ice cap. It's a long journey, and we can only access it during winter. And our summer harvesting areas for beluga is very far as well. As we travel south, we travel to Iglutalik, Akpaktalik, which is quite of distance. And that area we travel to when we go that route have no shelters going for bad weathers. Our community as a whole would have to find ways to make things easier because, as I mentioned earlier, our fishing areas and other harvesting areas are quite far. And an area we like to travel to. It's quite far. Not many people have traveled to that area for some time now. If we were to create a sanctuary, perhaps there would be more resources to create roads and travel areas that we need. Our mammals, pretty much many of them are on quota system. And we are the community without much employment and having to travel far away for harvesting, especially no economy for smaller community. Jobs are scarce and it's hard sometimes. The costs are exorbitant. Groceries, and many people are on welfare system. Before I became a member to HTO, there have been attempts to create commercial fishing area in the Chukchut area. We are aware that it's a good fishing area, and it has been dormant in works. We have done nothing much to it because there are not too many people willing to take that task to make it a reality. There are too many regulations from both levels of government. It's too much work for HTO alone to do the preparation work. And as I mentioned earlier, that our harvesting, hunting areas are far distant. I will stop now. Thank you. I will ask our staff to see if they have any questions. Larry? Go ahead, please. State your name. Larry Aulala Griesfjord. Avec HTO. You keep bringing up, many of us keep bringing up the cruise ships and the approving authorities such as federal government are here listening. And why isn't being paid attention to? Summer is just around the corner and more of these vessels will be appearing again. Some mentioned earlier have arrived without seeming to have no authority. So the cruise ships, and many times we have no idea where they are arriving from. I know there are many departments responsible for various things. And it would be so simple just to be aware of what the needs are and do something about these vessels causing problem, undue hardship, disturbing the wildlife. So, Chair, if you cannot do anything about it, perhaps these organizations who are supposed to be representing us were to do something about it, especially summer vessels, cruise ships coming in. This have to be paid attention to. It's just a comment. I will accept it as a comment, not a question. Thank you, Chair. You said we can ask questions. You mentioned that your sea environment is not all that great anymore. I think you mentioned that it has become polluted, so I asked to ask that question to you because we are from different communities and we are not aware of what local waterways are like. We have it very bad here due to heavy traffic. We don't even know how clean our waterways are here now. And it's bad now sometimes when waves are getting bigger and bigger every summer. And it's bad now in many of our waters, but and they appear out of nowhere. I do a lot of travel by boat, and there are not too many safety areas where we can beach until the weather improves. It's not like that anymore, where we could partly predicted what the weather would be like in our areas. And for some reason now, when you shoot beluga whale, it could be the water condition that they sink now so easily. So I do not understand, but I thought I mentioned this, Maliki. Thank you, Chair. Lady Padlock Hamlet of Clyde River. When we travel, when the waters are calm, it's not too bad, but when the winds do come up, the conditions of the water and the waves are so different now. And as it is, knowing and hearing from our harvesters are harvesting sea mammals, especially whales, unlike before, are sinking so quickly now and they being lost. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your words. It's in this area, in late spring. Now, when I was a child, a youngster, and we have been taught never to shoot a mammal, so it will not sink and be lost. But at that time they were floating, and sinking to the bottom was not like that in the past. Now today, when you shoot a mammal, whatever it is, it sinks now so easily. I don't know what is causing that. And it's a less problem in Arctic Bay area. Could it be due to a traffic that is being made a problem by vessels? The current is the way it is, where when these mammals are shot, that they sink and are lost. And animals, is it because of the climate change that the salt water have lost its saltiness and become less dense.
Jonathan? Sharon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Ahalawak, Executive Director with the Planning Commission. Thank you, Charlie, for your comments. At this point in time, we don't have an answer of why the changes are happening with the harvesting and why the belugas are sinking, but or the salinity, sorry. I don't have an explanation for you. Possibly, I don't know if there's any research that's been done in these areas, but if there is, one of the other organizations, the governments might be able to provide some insight, but the Commission doesn't have any information or data on file that's been received to address this specific issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Charlie?
Thank you, Chair. Just supplementary to the question I have. During fall, and it's the time when we hunted most sea mammals. There are waterfowl that we have to go as well. Now they are no longer around, and it's puzzling why we are losing some waterfowls. Is it a problem locally, and is it also a problem as well in the communities? David Palokang Sukapik Hamlet. Yes, we are concerned as well. They're disappeared. Long ago, I remember when we lived in camps, and when we do some fishing, the taste of the fish has changed. And when we catch fish in Clyde River, our shores have ample fishing spots when it becomes late fall. The taste, it tastes less now for us to have these fish. We don't eat them anymore. And many of you will understand what he and I are talking about. Thank you. There's no questions from the staff. Any questions from registered delegates? I think we are going to be meeting with delegates from this community, so I'm asking delegates if NPC will be conducting, traveling to Clyde River for a public hearing. Did you mention that?
You're going to be going to their community too? That's his question. Go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. The Commission staff will not be traveling to the community, but the Commission staff will assist. As you said, we have other means. There's Zoom and whatnot, so if there's maps that you would like assistance or to provide the Commission and the guidance of the Commission staff, yes, that will be provided to you. Our office is open and always available to work with the communities and participants. And as we have gone forward in the last couple of years providing information sessions to communities, organizations that have requested for clarity on the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, the 2021, and the option and recommendation that document, that is always available to all community delegates. And again, your submissions, oral and written, up until January 10th. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kaya namik, kiya wait, namatuk.
Thank you. Chair Padlock from Clyde River. I understand. Yep. Thank you.
Any question from the registered participants?
Registered, yes.
I don't see any hand. Any question from the public of Inlet? Pitahangimat Kuya Namik, ako token normally.
Please give hand to that delegate.
Yeah, Kuya Namik daw.
We'll be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., please.